Namaskar, good morning. This is Suraj Singh, Civil Engineer, PE India, Bharat, Chartered Engineer Bharat, speaking to all people of world. And this is May 25th, 2020, the time of Eid al-Fitr. Congratulations, badhai sabko who are celebrating Eid al-Fitr. Also, within this SARS2 COVID-19 critical era of this year and this century, this talk related to certain issues, management and quality, contracts, all in relation to projects, in relation to everything that can be considered for engineers and others. Quality is not for engineers but for citizen of world, for those who spend money and get something done. Quality is not for engineers alone, it's for public. Public must understand value of quality, value of contract, and value of management. COVID, SARS to COVID-19, all you know what is now generally whole world knows. They know it is, but nobody knows what it is. Fact remains that it's still secret. In 2020, when world says we know everything, actually, this is still distant from our minds what it is all about. People are losing their lives, people are getting infected. Country like America officially has lost around 1 lakh people, 100,000 people due to this COVID-19, SARS to COVID-19. And they may expect more deaths, nobody knows, but initially forecast was that America shall lose 240,000 humans. Already 100,000 officially they have lost. Nobody can say about unofficial figures. And it's all same all over world. We in Bharat, India too are moving in same direction. We have lost so many lives and infections are too high. We don't know. It's around 1.5 lakhs already formally done, and nobody knows where this point shall stop because we are lacking in our testing system. We are lacking in thorough control. We is very frank. Fact remains that we have not done it professionally. We have done it just it goes on. Like many other countries, every day we are getting news from UAE, from Saudi, from Kuwait, from Qatar that cases are rising day by day. Despite they have applied real controls. Yesterday, one of our teacher in one school there, Hindi teacher, Umar lost his life. Our senior doctor also lost life. So, Corona is in progress of its work. It's doing its job. What its job is it's doing, and we are suffering. World are suffering. World is under control of Corona. In fact, not under control of army or control of police or control of politicians or something under law. There's a different law now. It's a Corona law, which is Corona's own law and doesn't care for your law. So you can feel sad or you can feel happy. There's another power ruling the world. Johnson of England may open schools. Who bothers? Politicians, I have seen politicians have won. Oh, I determined to it without thinking positive and negative points. All politicians of world are same. Oh, you can take case of Trump, you can take case of Modi, you can take case of Johnson, you can take case of someone else. They do not think logic. They do not respect scientists. They do not respect experts. They themselves are experts, self-appointed experts. Unfortunately, this is happening. Trump-like person takes medicines, whatever he wants. He himself is scientist and doctor, and Modi does his way as he knows everything in this world. And these are all people. Such people actually create problems in world. Trump created problem, Modi created problem, and many other Johnson created problem, and China created problem. There's no country which you can say that did not create problem. Whole Europe created problem. Sufferers are citizens, normal citizens, who have no role in politics and who just vote them to come to powers. And these people do not know their job and they try to take decisions which are beyond their controls. Without any calculation and without any logic, they take decisions. And scientists say, don't open schools and factors. No, I will open a school. This is what rigidity of these politicians is. And it's for every country. Rigid. They want just to show that they are existing and they exist. Might is right. That's the problem. Modi knew there are people, millions of people who are poor. He did not take them into consideration and decided that after 3 hours lockdown starts. This is foolishness or not? I don't understand. What expertise he has got in such mechanism to decide people say is done right and I say is done wrong. They have taken risk of lakhs of people in their hands and killed them directly or indirectly. Our workers have been suffering. They have been walking for thousands of kilometers and there is no human to take care of them. There is no one to take care of them. And these are murderers of people, you can say. These leaders are directly murderers of these people. Unfortunately, this has happened in our country. Exclusive leading country of the world has led this country to death of innocent. What can I say other than this? We have forgot humanity. We have forgot humanity. We have become killers. We don't value humanity. England didn't value humanity. America didn't value humanity. Of course, only to money they expect. He transferred money to all accounts so that his vote bank is safe and people have enough money to live. Here itself, it was not done. At least that part those people did, and our country, our government did nothing at all. Economy is sitting on head of every country now. Economy. On all countries who were having competition to bring lockdown are having competition, open lockdown and achieve uplift of economy. They forget that COVID has not gone, it is still working. Yes, because now they think if no economy, we die. If you die by corona, what economy would do? What shall economy do if you die of COVID? Your enemy you are not discovered yet. You do not know who is that, but you want to talk of economy without knowing what economy is. Economy means extraction of oil, economy extraction of resources. All these you are responsible for. You lost oil, you lost resources, you lost environment, and again you are going into the same direction which COVID doesn't want you to get it again. Arab is thinking of how to raise its economy. Whole Arab nations are thinking that. Means they are living for money and not for life. They want to raise prices of oil. We want to extract more mines. We want to do more money. We want to have. Everybody is interested in that. Means there is no lesson learned from Corona. No lesson learned at all. Lesson learned is very important in life, but our leaders are not inclined to learn lesson. When I say our leaders, means leaders of whole world, not of our country. Our country is not exclusive of world, we are inclusive of world. All countries are thinking that direction, maybe America, maybe UK, maybe Europe, or maybe China, or maybe ours or someone else. All are thinking there is no effect on their health. Even if millions of people die, they would think of economy. I don't say they don't have economy, but at least you understand what has happened, lifestyle has changed. You cannot do same thing as you were doing 6 months back. Everything has changed, world has changed, style has changed. People fear people. The situation comes that there's somebody who is expected of corona. Other people don't want to see his face. Situation has come to that level, means human has become temporarily enemy of another human. This is what Corona has changed the scenario to that extent that even if your family member is sick of Corona, you would not like to sit with him. go to other room or go to quarantine or go to isolation, come back after that time is over. Means your brother is no more your brother, your sister is no more your sister, your parent no more your parent. Such a friction this corona has created in lives. Don't you think so? Means there is no sympathy left, there is no sentiment left. My life is actually important. I don't worry about your life. When you are okay, come back and live. Now I don't know you are having this corona at home. Go and get this done. That level of friction has come to society due to corona. Family members have been fraction, society has been fraction. Nobody trusts anyone. This means such a power is working around us. It's not only in 3 or 4 countries all over the world, more than 200 countries are affected by corona. My dear citizens of world and citizens of my country, be human first. One day everybody has to die, but be human first. I know leaders are not humans. This is now known. Leaders don't value humanity. They just value how to keep their seats intact. They don't value anything else other than that. All political leaders. So politics is a sewage, you can say these days. All over it's sewage tank. Politics is nothing but dirt. Human excreta disease. It may be case of London or Poland, or maybe case of you can say South Korea. It may be case of our country. It may be case of whatever else. Even Israel, you see how politics can change people. Those people who are enemies of each other, who fought together in elections, contested together, you are bad, I am bad, all that. I am good, or you are better, you are better, I am good. All those people united. Just for what? For sake of seat. So politics means power only. Those who are politicians, they are only interested in power and nothing else. This has been thrown by these examples. You can take up the South Korea conduct elections during this period of COVID, and Poland is also doing elections of that. Unfortunately, these people are very intelligent. They didn't support that one, but say it's happening around world. For politicians, there is nothing except seat and vote, but for public in common, it's life that is more important, something else. How can you expect these politicians to change your life to good? They will ruin your life, and they have ruined life. Somebody said about these industrial workers in our country, Bharat, India, who are roaming on roads just to reach their homes. Some high class profile said you are making this public is making, or you can say social values making negative publicity of that. I don't understand what you mean by that. What is negative publicity? The project facts as negative publicity, okay, it's negative publicity. What's a positive publicity? You do that. Positive publicity, you're going to kill these people, that's positive publicity. Who are you to kill these people? Train. You can see what happened to trains. They change direction, they change route on themselves, not caring for what the passenger will think. Passengers there for 20, 12 hours, 20 hours, they're not taking food and they're changing routes and somewhere else. This happened to trains, our trains. They're charging tickets from these travelers who are poor, who have money. They're buying tickets and going. Is it humanity? We call it human treatment. And these ministers are not concerned about country, they are only concerned about what they say is right. Constitution has been broken into pieces. So where is Supreme Court in this country? I do not know. Where is government in this country? I do not know. Is a government or it's might now? It's no government, it's might. Constitution is being treated as if it's nothing, it's rag. It's a piece of waste paper. It's being treated as such. A country where people are thrown on roads, are forced to walk hundreds of kilometers without food or water. It's mercy of people in society who support them on road. It's not mercy of government at all. Government is heartless, mindless, consciousness. Buses were moved by some people. Certain buses were rejected, but they did not even accept those buses of fate. What do you call that? Inhuman treatment or human treatment? You have to think about that. COVID really has been an instrument of complete change of thoughts, change of minds, change of hearts. It's not only change your will, it's change your everything. It's proved that still some power exists in the universe, which power rules you. It has proved that. It's proved all scientists wrong, all doctors wrong, everybody wrong. It's proved that. It's proved that these political leaders are useless. It's proved that. It's proved that citizens of our rise and think what you are doing. It's proved that. It's proved that that belongs to nature. Every resource belongs to nature. It's proved that. It's given. It's delivered to us many lessons. Those lessons we have to learn from. But we do not learn actually. We do not want to learn anything. We just are silent spectators living in the world. As if we are statues, we do not want something to happen. Actually, we are all statues. No one has right to force someone to walk hundreds of kilometers. This is super sin, super sin, super sin. How can I accept this as a human being and as a person who understands what is logic, what is society, what is socialism? And my citizens do like this, they walk without food, lot. It's more than those who compete while walking, it's more than those. If a girl drives 1500 kilometers, 1200 kilometers cycle, taking his father or father on cycle carrier and reaches home, what shall we call that? This is clear that we are a potential country, we have potential human resources, but doesn't mean that you spoil that human resources. That human resources has proven its capability, but our leaders, our society, our public has not proved that capability. Only criticizing, criticizing, only criticizing. Some nonsense writers on Facebook say that this money cannot be given to them. It's not begging other beggars. What do you mean by beggars? Public money, you give public money for benefit of some public. How can you call it begging? It's not begging, participation of taxation it is. It's not government money, it's public money. If you give some money to those who need that money, what's wrong with that? It's begging, you call it, then your mind is beggar. You are a fool. You cannot think of anybody. If some member of family is sick, shall you not give them medicine? Shall you call it begging? It's some medicine, you give them some money, so I come up again, that level where they were. They have lost trust in you. They don't respect you now. You may call yourself, but fact is you have lost trust of these people. These people don't trust that person sitting in power at one time who was held as these people to come to their seat. Those people lost trust in that person. Now, 50% of public which come from that post section have stopped respecting that person and that government. And that's natural because they don't consider human beings. How long shall they trust you? Really, it's very significant point. COVID shall not go so easily as its indications are coming in. It's a float on world to surveil this world for I think many decades to come. Because nature has to protect its resources, its wealth which has given to Earth. It has to protect that. It shall do it. It shall not leave it to be abused by human being, as human being as abused it in the past. It doesn't allow any more. And changes are already there. Lifestyle is changing. Seminars have stopped face-to-face seminars. Congresses have stopped. Debates have stopped now. Everything is turning to conferences, video conferences. Also, lifestyle has changed drastically in a couple of months. If you had just think of they have no COVID-19, what would happen? Still same lifestyle would have been all roads be blocked by cars and traffic. So you say they're using cars, but of course limited access. Again, with this car opening all that. Now it's going to be complete change. Certainly it will change, otherwise you can't survive. Change of everything. It must be there. If we do not learn lessons with certain changes in nature is imposing us, forget what virus or no virus. You can't handle this virus, forget it. You can't understand virus handling, you have not even understood what virus is all about. Nobody involved has understood it also, forget it. Live free mind and see what happens. That's what the point of mind is, live free mind. It will keep you torturing, don't worry, won't stop that. It will keep us torturing every day, every night. It has come for that game. It will keep everybody torturing and it's torturing that. We have to accept that the digest is a wax. It's a wax that we digest it. We can't run away from that. Impossible to run away. With 32 degrees now, you see, in 3:30 morning, 32 degrees, and 45 expected in daytime around noon. Change of weather is not affected by corona. They say there's no pollution, still temperature is same. Energy has not gone. Energy which was in pollution that is still there. Yes, there can be settlement, it can come down, go up again. Corona, COVID-19, SARS-2. You know what is SARS-2? Severe acute respiratory syndromes. Second, COVID-19. This has become challenge to human, and human has failed. Human has failed because it has killed many doctors, hundreds of doctors. I don't know around how many. It's killed many nurses. It's killed very important people of world, and if these people have been killed, these educated people, doctors, nurses, teachers, others, professors, they have been eaten by corona. This means it doesn't care for anyone. It can teach lesson to everyone, and it's teaching lessons. But if you think of economy only, you can't solve this problem. Economy is one part of life, but safety is every part of life. You're thinking of economy now in just 3 or 4 or 5 months. Means you are only interested in economy. You are not interested in safety of people, safety of school-going children. As this when Johnson said, no, I'm going to open schools on 1st of June. Okay, I just saw this news that schools in England are going to open on 1st, and then after 2 weeks, other one, maybe primary schools open on 1st June, then maybe after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, secondary schools like that in sequence, they're going to open these schools and examinations conducted later on. And same thing means they are more worried about that. They don't know what about children, how shall they behave, how shall they conduct in these conditions. And people are enjoying beaches in temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. It's now heat in England, and it's good weather for them to have sun bath. But people are forget when they go out that there's some problem. They enjoy time. So they come out to enjoy only, not to worry about COVID or something. They forget by coming out of home and walking to beach. They forget everything. Since human cannot control itself, and they want to enjoy life. How long can you stay in such conditions, such constraints in your personal life? There's a limit of everything. All people in the world have been psychologically patients. I am also psycho patient. You patient. Everybody is a patient because of this SARS to COVID-19. Everyone has become to some extent a patient of psychology. Psycho impact on everybody because the question of life and death, question of growing up, crores of people have lost their jobs, must have psychological problems. 3 crore people in England, similarly many crore people in UK, US, and in our country as well as many other countries, some of the countries. The losses, bulk losses of job in millions and millions jobs have been lost. And for every person, job is very important to survive. And if those who don't have jobs, every country cannot allow them allowances, dole allowances or furlough allowances. Such only countries like England or US may allow that, but every country cannot allow that. We may have here crores of jobs lost. These we call them industrial workers. They have lost their jobs. They're moving on home. moving away to homes. So they have just losses of jobs. So they are now moving emotionally, but the question remains that after some time, everybody starts feeling, I don't have earning capacity, I don't have income to come, income here. So how can I survive? Everybody thinks of that. So we can say everybody is a psychological patients, recognizable or unrecognizable strength, but every year, sometime you become psychological patients once you are in lockdown without work and you are not that intelligent, you can keep yourself busy 24 hours a day or 16 hours a day. You don't know whether to sleep at night or to sleep at day, and there's all routine broken. And your working conditions, your the daily routine that you used to do in your job time, other time, is completely broken. And once you stay for 2 months, say, in room like that, your job, definitely you become lazy, you become drowsy, you become lethargic. Means what is this? What I'm doing all day, either sitting, sleeping, trying to sleep but can't sleep at night. I get up and see my mobile and all that means neither you are able to sleep in daytime nor you are sleeping in way of morning time or evening time. So your lifestyle has impacted upon it. Once you go to job, you won't feel that much efficient as you are. So your losses, you lost your efficiency. This is hard, and those who are not having money, they are having different types of problems. And those who are having money, they have another problem. They are going to wine shops, whiskey shops, and buying whiskey. I've seen people in motorcycles or cars parked there in land buying whiskey. All these things. Those who are interested in whiskeys and all are interested about problems. They want to dip in whiskey, drug, and enjoy life. So complete life change is there. Intellectuals cannot think anymore because they say they may be understanding it. How this not their field and they cannot think, but common sense says that. Again, I'm saying life has changed permanently. You cannot bring same life again. You have only to adjust. If you keep in mind COVID all the time, you'll get mad. So best thing is forget it time being, forget that. Forget the what's happened and stay normally. Just augment your immunity level. That's required. Means you don't feel depressed. Depression is being felt by many people, particularly youth who are used to go to walk, who are used to go to roaming here and there in clubs and hotels for parties, for this and for that. Those people had circles. Without meeting once or twice in a week, they did not feel that they were having society. Now those people have been locked in homes. So there must be some unease in their life. That unease has to go. And only those people can make it go. It's not in hands of someone else. Change, this is actually sudden change. Problem is that change is always gradual. It's better. A sudden impact on life, it's not digested by everybody. Children cannot digest it because they have not seen this type. They cannot adjust, they cannot digest, they don't understand what to do, what not to do. Education is changed, classes into more. If you keep classes under compulsion, it won't work. It's question of interest. So life is going to be very, redynamite. It is redynamite life. What was dynamic before may not be dynamic now, and what was not dynamic at that time may be dynamic now. Your thinking of it may increase or decrease, depends. Face to face is no more. Photo to photo is more because image to me or talking on seminar, webinar, or talking video conferencing, or talking like I'm talking to you one way, it would work. It's medium that's coming up, of course, not human, but nature is not waiting for all this. Nature is doing its work, and that work is that teaching us a lesson. If we, whether we take this lesson or don't take this lesson, that's up to us. We can condemn anything, we can accept anything. It's our intelligence, they have to play, they have to prove that I am intelligent, you are intelligent, or we are toughness. It depends upon that. Intelligent doesn't mean you are brilliant, means you are awake, you're not sleeping. That's intelligence. It means if I say I'm intelligent, I know I can just see from here something which you cannot see. That's only intelligence. So you can augment the value of your intelligence or you could decrease, it's up to you. Sometimes you cannot digest something in your mind, but your mind accepts that. Sometimes my mind doesn't accept, you know that. It happens. So Be ready for changes in life. Life will never be origin again. It never be same again. As it lost at some point in December, it is going to change. It has changed. There will be statements, there will be news, there will be disputes every time from every year, this and that, and this go on for years. One country shall blame other country, that country shall blame other country. This shall go on without any result, without any futile, without any fertility. It's a complete futile attempt at doing because nobody knows anything. So they're trying to force someone that you, because of you, this happened. It's habit of humanity just to pass blames to others when you cannot solve that problem. Intelligent, good person is that who can understand problem, solve itself. Whatever happened or not happened, how can you find that? You don't have any clue, you don't have any evidence, you can't have it, and you find from where you can catch it, move further. So who is responsible, who is not, so that's not an issue now. Even if you know that person is, what shall you do against that person? Shall you kill? That's all, nothing else. Already so many people have been killed, so many high people have been killed, professors have been killed, doctors have been killed, teachers have been killed, nurses have been killed. It's a killing only. Corona death itself is a killing message. It says, I kill you, do whatever I do. COVID says, I kill, do whatever you want. What can you do against COVID? Nothing. COVID kills. America says 100,000 these are those casualties. So that means America is saying 100,000 has happened so far. People have left. You can just double it or trouble this one facts means 5 times 1/5 they are telling probably. This means certainly 500,000 people have gone. Nobody is going to tell facts this time. Fact remains that they want to keep their nose up, their ego up, so they won't tell you truth. Truth is that it's happened. Truth is that humanity has been taught a lesson through death or through infections or through survivors. Fact is that. Economy is important, but not more important than access to survival. Economy is important, but not about your life. Yes, it's required for persons, for all to survive, to move, that's okay. But once you have to survive, you decide that are you going to survive or you're not going to survive. That decision lies with every citizen, and every country, what they think about, but actually no one is thinking. Everybody is copying others. Every country is copying others. That's happening. Well, my only current problem was, which is an industrial problem that we have never expected that problem to come out. And that problem is very serious, about this, our industrial workers. I believe I can't sleep. I don't know why it comes again to my mind. I don't know. Because I feel it, that's why it comes to me. Probably I don't think that somebody else is thinking about them like politicians or those industrialists or those people who must think for them. I think people are not thinking about them, and that is just a problem. We should not forget that without those people, without their contribution to our activities, we cannot do anything. We cannot do anything as part of development. You may say we have machines. Yes, you may say. You have the right to say that. We have machines, we have this and we have that. You can say that we have machines. But just like machines cannot move without petrol or diesel or electric supply, it cannot be operated without these people. That point everybody must understand. The road on which you walk or drive your car, footpath, airport, railway, building, you can consider any part of your life, any support of your life, you will find contribution by this part of public. This called industrial workers who use their skills to produce all this. I don't know why we call them majdoors or laborers. They are not laborers. They are skilled people. 70-60% of this community is skilled. Let us take example of mason. Is mason unskilled, you think? Mason is always skilled. Mason knows brickwork, block work, concrete work, tiling work, finishing works, plaster, render, all these masons know. And it's not easy. Doing this job is not easy. It needs physical effort as well as skills. Similarly, carpenters who involve themselves in shuttering or formwork of buildings, slabs, columns, etc., wherever it's done, they are required for that. You think it's easy work? It's not easy. It's physical as well as skill. Similarly, those who fix your this steel or steel bars, or you call them rods, somebody call them saria, whatever you call them, doesn't matter. But that also needs calculations and skill. Similarly, plumbing job, welding job, or some other kind of job, all requires working skills, if not technical written skills. You cannot do this job without having expertise on your hands, and your hands are used to that expertise. That's why. So you can't call them, laymen. They are not laymen. Yes, they are laymen from point of view of that they do not know English. Maybe they don't know English. Maybe they are not well educated. They cannot write something. They cannot calculate something possible. But there are other people who are very well educated. They cannot do what they do. There are PhD people, there are MA people, BA people, IS people. They cannot do what these skills people can do. So it's equal. There's no difference. You may be a big person, but you don't know how to do that. What they are doing, they don't know what you are doing. Question is, they are skilled. You are skilled in just thinking. They are skilled in doing. So what I mean to say, do not insult them. I have no right to insult them by calling them. Oh, it's like, you are nothing when you say, Majdoor. It's very tragical. How do you insult someone by saying Majdoor? If they are Majdoor, what prime minister is? What president is? What a doctor is? What engineer is? If they are Majdoor, what you are? What are you? It's work. You got training in your university, they got training at their home. You cannot do their job, they cannot do your job. That's it. In building, in which building you are living, who constructed that? Did you construct that? You just paid money to those people who gave you material and who work for you. Otherwise, you did nothing. You can't even place a brick. You can't place a block on your building. These people produce it for you, and you are proudly staying in it. How this is my house, this is my bungalow, this is my koti, whatever you call them. With pride you are staying, but you forget at that time there was a group of people, a crew of hundreds of people who worked for you that one. Because after once they constructed leave your side, you got no relation to them. This usually happens, and this is a skill in all engineering production. It may be machine, it may be aircraft, it may be train bogie, it may be road work, it may be civil work, electrical work. Everywhere these people are used or abused, whatever you can call them. But I should respect them from that point of view. I know that what is their value, because I am from different field and my field is absolutely dependent on them. So I understand their value. Maybe they don't have very good clothes, they don't know how to talk very reasonably, or they just rough. They're very rough, and their lifestyle is that they can't express them excellently. They can't write. They can't come to you and talk in a professional manner. But you know what they do in professional manner. You cannot do that 1%. So your dependency factor on them is higher than their dependency factor on yours. That's why I said we should have some reasonable minister in government who is not there. No one is reasonable. We should have reasonable engineers in this country, and I'm not finding those people who are reasonable here who can talk of them on their behalf. Unfortunate it is that our country does not recognize such sections of people. If you go to England, if you go to America, if you go to somewhere, you'll realize what value they give to such people. You will realize that. I have seen that. You know, when something you have in your pocket, you don't value that. You have money in your pocket, you shall not give much value to money. There's something available in your home, you will not worry about that. You will not even maintain that. It's okay, no problem. Tomorrow we see, next time we see, next year we see. It happens, it's natural. When you have something with you, you don't value that. That's basic principle, fundamental principle. But you know, for example, you have body with full body, strong body, you won't care for this. But sometimes you get disease or affected, some part is impacted. Then you go to doctors, you see orthopedic doctor, have my bone is broken. You go that time because you feel pain, but because this is not your physical part, these people, and they are beaten, you won't even understand that they are beaten. You just say, oh, these people like that. Why they were not at home where they were staying? You're just taking a theoretical, idealistic one. You're not taking practical difficulties with them. And understand, this is called social understanding. You don't understand their society, their behavior, what is bad. Their society is not your society. If you have impact upon, you are impacted upon you. If you just as if something is happened. If your car is broken, you say, oh, my car is broken, how can I move? Well, that is a problem for you. Your car is broken. You can find immediate some mechanic and repair that car. You can't wait. You wanted them to wait without money, without food, without water for many days, many years. You wanted them to wait for that. So this is your fault, not their fault. I'm very concerned about this, believe me. This has come and this will affect future, everybody's future. Because they have learned a lesson, not only we, they have learned a lesson not to help others. They have learned a lesson not to work for you. Okay, they will survive themselves, how they have survived. That's their problem. But if they don't come to you back, if they don't come to industries, they don't come to factories, they don't come to real estate, what shall you do? You have to think. This was job of prime minister, this is job of minister, this is job of public to think about them. Nobody thought of them. They exploited them. They exploited them. So who is responsible? Everybody is responsible. If our people, our minister cannot think what shall be aftermath of this decision, then that person is not suitable to be in that position. So simple answer is that. If my PM cannot think, if I decide this and what can be aftermath of that, then I have every right to raise point against that PM because you are not doing a job. You cannot even think what shall be the result of that. Forget it. You have no mind at all. You have no mind at all to apply with. And if a person doesn't have mind to apply with, why should I keep that person in that position? That's my point of view. How can you keep some duffer in that position? You can't keep. If you don't have mind or you don't apply mind, it's the same thing. If you don't apply mind, they are duffer. You can't do that. Application. You can't even think. You can't solve problems. This means is that. Well, I will not prolong this issue. My point was to tell people that this part of population, this section of population is not to be taken for granted, and they have taken for granted, unfortunately, and I am very sorry for that. But I am also a part of this public who is not even speaking against them. He's not speaking in favor of them against the government, and we are so, you know, we are so, you can say, closed-minded people, closed-eyes people. We can't know what's happening around us. We can't even understand that. Leaders are leaders, they are not gods, remember. I don't consider any. All leaders at this moment in the world are useless, completely. Not even a single leader, I can say, who can prove that that is a leader. No one is having any leadership quality in 2020, I say. No one is single leader. This is my observation. Your observation can be different. I don't mind that. My observation is there's not a single person at this moment throughout the world who can claim that person is a leader of society. There's not a single one. I'll now shift to other talk which they are receiving. Good morning, everybody. It's Vikram, Mr. Leon, Mr. Gauri Shankar Prasad. Good morning to everybody. Welcome. We'll now move to a management issue, that is management. And management, you know what is management? It applies everywhere in life. It's not, but I'm talking is management. Management applies everywhere, from your kitchen, home, to your office, and then to your profession. Without management, it's not formally given as management, but that is management. You have to manage yourself. You're managing your own lifestyle. You're managing your home. You're managing your kitchen. Somewhere you have to think. You cannot say everything is moving itself. You have to do something to manage everywhere. Even if you're driving a cycle, you have to manage that. You have to buy a cycle, you have to maintain that, you have to see what time you have to get up and how many minutes will take. All these plans you make for every activity in life is management. Organization, you can say, I actually don't like this word management because here the gender smell is coming. Man, gender smell comes in here. Management. It's why man only. They say man includes woman. That is definition only, but it can be woman management. Why you call it management? Why don't you call it organization? I organize this. We organize. Organization is there's no problem of him and women. Anybody, whosoever can manage, may manage. May organize. Organization is better than well. It's the terminology. I'm not going to depth of that. Just I'm suggesting that organization is a better way to define something. Organize. How you organize? So can you organize this? Means yes, I'm organized. No problem at all. When you say projects, quality, quantity, just I was talking about domination of quantity on projects. Actually, it's quantity of whatever item we deal with, and that item means the item includes of material, human resources, and all other resources required to make that or manufacture it or produce that. Those components, including material and other resources, are required to be organized properly, managed properly. And that unit we produce, whatever unit we produce out of that methodology, out of that process, that's called unit production. A unit we produce there, and how many units we are going to produce for that item, respecting that item for whole project. That quantity dominates cost of that item. Whatever quantity will be, it will decide cost of that item. And only such hundreds of such items on project. And all those items quantity would decide cost of that project. So indirectly you can say cost when you say cost of project, time of project, and quality of project. That three that three criteria, that three consideration points, those three parameters or you may attributes, they are involved with and they decide future of that project, cost of finance of that project. And when future and finances are involved, it relates to time and quality. So quantity is very dominating factor as original. If you want to reduce quantity and give same service, it's appreciable. I have tried to reduce this quantity by my design or by my efforts. And this what I am going to produce is structure or building of project whatever it is. It's going to serve in same way, and I'm saving you 20% material or this item is 20% cost you're going to save, and you'll get same service as you have spent that, or you get even spending this 20% saving, you get same. I'm just saying, I'm saving your project, I'm saving your cost. You can see that. So quantity factors is very important actually. When we start thinking on project, we start some budgets. What project will cost, how much money we should have to do this project, to start this project means an idea we say budgetary provisions, just 5% this way or 5% that way. It doesn't make a difference. But we say this cost, we must have provision of this cost, or in future we must have flow of this cost from somewhere that we can use it for that project. So that's called planning or budgeting or budgetary provision of that. And the project is not done in one day or 1 month. It takes years. So that project goal we must start long back. That's why I'm saying quantification is very important. Not an assessment, just quantification. Not we say, okay, on a square meter basis or cubic meter basis, we take this budget, we do the assessment. That never works correctly because of so many changes, so many variations. in quantities on each item, and so many kinds of applications of loadings on that when we take into design, and variation properties of material. So quantification, as I took yesterday, part of that very important point. We should have a lot of thinking behind quantity, and quantity is based on designs. What type of designs you are doing. Design is very important. That is linked to quantity. Then you have to link to design as well. Design changes quantity, and design change means there should be some solid consideration to change that. There should be some solid decision behind that. When we consider reinforced concrete, there are so many ways to design it. Example I give you, I take for example sizes of members, say columns, beams, bigger one, and we take small diameter of steel. So we consider that way is better. And this somebody say, oh, by very big diameter of steel and takes a small size of concrete. Both are different. Both are different really. Because if you take size of concrete smaller one and quantity of steel higher one, this will not give you same results as you have bigger size of column and smaller die of steel. As far as design is right, smaller diameter steel and bigger size of column or beam would function better in many ways, because there are many types of loadings coming, in positions of deflection, shear force, bending moments. So they are there, which you may not be able to grasp it now. But those can be varied by variance of sizes and variation of steel in that design, which impacts on results of quantity. So RCC column beam, its quantity of steel, its formwork, quantity of steel will vary depending upon considerations of how you design that. This means one point is not enough to dictate what I'm saying. There are various considerations. Quantity is not only directly decided, it depends upon what we consider. Yes, it decides, but it depends on what is behind our designs, behind our concept. And that's why it says design is very important. And design leads to quantity, and quantity leads to materials of different composition, ingredients, and that lead to total cost. And depends on human resources then, what quantity we have taken, what human resources shall consume on that, and then it affects everything, in fact. It affects everything. It's not simply one point. So this what I'm saying, organization varies from element to element. When I say member, say beam is one element, column is one element, slab is one element, foundation another one. When I'm saying element or member, same thing means, or when I say complete framing, it's also one, which includes your columns, beams, and slabs and everything. That's called framing, and framing composed of all these members, and members composed of metals and this steel, etc. And like that is complete chain in one structure. Chain, automatic chain is there, which people cannot realize who are not in this field. But when we design, we don't design separate members. We design like my body is. God designed this body and produced all one together, not separate parts like first production of nose and eyes and ears and then combine them by nut and bolts. It's not like that. It's complete design. Similarly, when we design, we do not see separate items. We see, I want this type of structure. It may be flyover, it may be building, it may be something else. We want this type of framework with this type of this. There's a perspective they call it, or bird's eye view they call it means. We want a view like this, and that leads us to creation of something. And engineering is nothing but creation, because engineering is also an art. Engineering is an art. Engineering is an applied science, and on top of that, Engineering is common sense. Those who don't have common sense, they cannot do engineering. Cannot do. Because common sense cannot be taught in college. It cannot be taught in an university. It's very common, that's why it's common. It's your own God gift. What value of common sense you can apply cannot be taught. Just like art cannot be taught. It's inside you, in your vision, in your imagination. Imagination cannot be taught. Your imagination is imagination. So organization of everything is very important. And when we talk of project, we talk of organization. This time we talk of everything included in that project. That point if you understand, not necessarily you are an engineer, it's not necessary. It's everyday life. They have to organize something. They say events manager. What is events manager? We have so many events in our construction work. Everything is an event here. When we program something, when we say, okay, we make a program for this project, there are so many events, hundreds of events are there, activities are there, they're all events. They're not separate events, there are so many events. Maybe hundreds, 200, 300 events on a building. When we do concreting, it's an event. When we do wall work, it's an event. Or whatever we do, excavation, it's an event. Foundation is an event. Design is an event. Everything is an event. Event we call it. Activity we call it. Operation we call it. We can call it by any name. Some call operations because they are operating that. Some call event and some call something. Well, again I say terminology is something else. If I call them by whatever name, it doesn't make a difference. But because this is traditional work, this practical work, we understand by that. It's okay, as far as we understand that. But ultimately, we have to see that so many hands change on a project. Not so many hands, hundreds and thousands of hands change on activities of project. You never even expect sometimes how many people will work in what they are. But they worked for contribution to your building or structure, which you are going to use for years to come. These people have different kind of working. Some are good, some are bad. Of course, everywhere it is. People are good or people are bad. But this is not single man job. First of all, no activity in our construction work, in our project is single man, and there is no activity all over world. Even in other fields that you can say one man can do it. Yes, one man can do design work, when one man can do your artwork, one person can deal driving car, it's okay. But when it comes to project, it comes to construction or some other civic facility like infrastructure facility, it cannot depend on one person to why maybe one person not very good skill, but there's another person in same crew which knows job, so they will follow that person in form of whatever charge hand or work mystery or whatever. So work shall not suffer when they work in crew. Even if one is not very good, other is good. It happens. Somewhere somebody is good who leads them, and this rotates like this. So quantity, as I said again, I am talking of that. Quantity's accuracy is very important. It's quantity that shall decide cost of your project and quality of that project. If quantity, if they take more, say maybe you took by mistake 20% more or 15% more than required. This means you have already increased cost of your project because once you are taking 15% more without knowing. So 15% over budget you have taken on that item. So maybe 4 or 5 items you have taken such high quantities. So you can say everywhere trying 15% and say 5 items 70%. You may increase cost of project 75 to 80% without even understanding or just relaxing something and compromising with something, and that doesn't matter. You cannot take that. We have to think on that. Quantity should be logical. Quantity should be clearly worked out. Means it takes time based on your design, information you have, based on your specifications you have, and based on your own knowledge. You have to quantify, and that quantification leads to accumulation of information regarding bidding, what bidding is to be done. So, what we say, maybe you people are not very serious about what I'm saying, but quantity relates to cost directly because unit cost is same. If quantity is 100% right, so you are having right cost. If quantity is say 90% right, so you are going to spend 10% more on that without knowing that it shall be like this. And when it's more 10% more, then you are over budgeting your bid, so this will fall in competition. That's why quantity is more important. And if your quantity is wrong, this means you will take time also dependent on that. If suppose you increase quantity by 10%, 15% without knowing that you have increased this, on that activity, that more time shall be calculated. Therefore, quantity relates to everything here because when you are doing work, quantity means you are doing work according to requirement of quality and time. So this point of quality time, as I didn't list before, but now quantity is very important factor, and you should know there's no one quantity. There are hundreds of items in our works, particularly buildings, RC's buildings or our buildings. Quantity of items. There may be hundreds of items. You know, and there may be say many buildings in your project. Each building has to be quantified separately with logical, with you can say logical arrangement because you may forget after 1 hour what you did, but your contents shall speak what you did. Your references shall speak what you did, and those must be correctly documented. Once you enter into contract with wrong quantity, it will be wrong always. You can't change it because even if you have to do less quantity on work, it's giving more quantity in your bid, you have to pay that long quantity, more quantity. In lump sum contracts, you can't avoid that. If contract is based on measurement, you have to measure every quantity and then pay. It's different case. In that case, you can save. Maybe you have some. I'm not going to do lump sum contract. I'm going to pay you based on each item. Then you have to measure each item and pay them. In that case, even if item is shown wrong, means it's more than what you are actually going to do. So you will make what you have done. Means you will measure what you have done, and then you have to pay only that. In that case, it's okay. If one of your quantity is wrong, you can have a chance to not to do that. Otherwise, irrespective of what quantity is given in bill and what is required for drawing, you have to do actual one, not to worry about what is given in bill. It's more your luck, your good luck, what you have to do only for drawings, for requirements. No one can say how much you have done. It doesn't matter. You can say quantity is more in bill, but it is somewhere else where to do. I have taken that bill into this bill, and there is no really harm. I'm trying to explain to you something very important because you may not be able to understand directly what I mean to say. There are different type of contracts done everywhere. We are talking of lump sum, which is very common in world of contracting. Lump sum, which says that We agree on this price. This is our final price we can pay you, and as contractor you accept that. And that's not exclusive price you are accepting. You are accepting the price all documents that are called bid documents or contract documents. Now you are accepting all those. You are accepting in totality all those documents which are connected to this document. It may be your specification, it may be your engineering drawings, other drawings, architectural drawings, or other correspondences, amendments, modifications, whatever has transpired on that project, you are going to accept that as factual one. Some people do not understand something. They just point out one document, see it's written in this document, and we are doing that. It's not fault of those people because those people are not aware about contract. Contract is very clear in these circumstances when we say lump sum fixed price. It's very clearly said, it's clearly mandated that do not depend on these documents. Clearly said. Do not just depend on BOQ because BOQ is only for guidance purpose. It's not dominating document of your project. Dominant document is price. If you see, sequence of these documents, you will find sequence number one, which is priority, that is price of contract. And then name of course, name is there, project name, price is there. And there is then further sequence in which they shall accept valuation of these documents, how these documents will move forward. So that's why I'm trying to say, just for explanation purpose, what contract is about. You cannot simply say that you understand this contract without understanding valuation of everything. In the lump sum, once we agree for something, we cannot change it. Even if our quantity is wrong, or even if specification is wrong, or whatever is wrong in that, clarification can be obtained for that. That's different. There can be design questions, that is different. But price cannot be changed until there is change in design, there is change in basic requirement. That way, no one can challenge anyone. So respect that title of price. That this is my fixed price. I cannot be given more than this, and I have to add that line, that level which is okay. This was sole purpose of telling you about quantification. No variation of quantity on your own. Then come on to other contracts now. Time, time cannot be changed. Time is also fixed. Once you are fixed, whatever years, months, 2 years, 6 months, 3 years, 4 years, or 1 year, 1.5 years. Whatever you have agreed on that contract, you have to finish your activities within that period, or it's default then. Default in a sense that you are causing damage to your employer who has given this project. If that employer is not able to use that project for which was approved and you delay that, so indirectly you cause loss to that employer. So that's point where also disputes arise. For contractor, more time is given is good for that contractor. But given or not given, that's not issue. Issue is you agreed for something, you do it. Don't expect even a single hour more than that. They are not going to give you. Until there is requirement of that, If there's change in design or there's a strike or some reason, you halt with it. Of course, then time, then we can't change time cost. Cost we always seen that basis that relates to quantity. Question is quality then. How shall quality impact on that? Quality is independent of anything. It doesn't care for time and it doesn't care for your quantity. Quality says, I don't know anything else. Give me a good job. That's it. I want to be right. Do a job that I am happy. Quality says, I feel happy when I'm very good. I don't feel happy when I'm bad. So I least bother about your time and I least bother about your money. I want to be very well decorated and strong. These three factors I have been telling you from beginning are very important. Important in the sense two of them control your contract. Two of them is quantity of you can say cost and time. These two of three means quality depends on quantity and accuracy of your measurement. These factors make an impact on quality. When comes contract of what? Contract of what you want to do, contract of what you have to do, what you want to do, how you want to do, and what knowledge you have about that project. And do you have if you understand these 3 points, quality, time control, and cost control, you shall not find much problem on projects. But to understand this is very difficult because those people who deal with quality, they don't bother about what is quantity and what is time. And those who deal with production or quantity, they know what is time and what is quality. Well, they have to deal with quality as well when they deal with quantity. I am I'm doing something on production or you can say on site, manufacturing this or working towards that. I have to deal with quality, quantity, and time. That is combined role. I cannot leave it to someone okay check quality and I will not check quality. They will check quality, but you are responsible for that not thing. So that's why you are controlling all these three items, not that one item that quality guys can do. That person is support to your project, and that support must come from that person in professional way. Contract conditions, okay, you will do that, you will that's something different, but how to safeguard yourself, that's also very important. Therefore, I always fight with people, quarrel with them, not because I don't like their faces, but I want to say work is done in quality manner. Quality must be kept on high level, even if we have to spend some money on that. That's very important. And particularly when you work in other nations where we are not citizens, they shall like to see what is your value. Your value. Now let's go to contract. Leaving aside this argument, this debate, it's already more than 1 hour I've spoken, leaving aside half an hour for comment. So it's about you can say 40 minutes I discussed about this. So in terms of Musa, good morning. Okay. So now I go to contracts, which is now our part. We have started. I started FIDIC. You know it very well. We started it, and if might be, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is 2017 version of FIDIC. This is a new one. This tells you about every time I show you this form, just for memory's sake, what we are talking, because just running to talk doesn't mean anything if you don't understand that. Oh, come on. So, maybe all of you know what is still for the corporate. I'm showing this, so we can let me go this way. Yeah, this way. This is pretty general conditions of quantum variable. Usually it is done for, it's used for construction contracts. And there are many ways in this, many graphics are showing this sequence of time. Let us see what sequence of time, then sequence of points. This what sequence of time is. Oh yeah, there are yeah, the sequence of time. It defines what is time, this time between this and that. What is this time? It defines the sequence of time. It says. Let me just check this. Okay, now another one is the sequence of payments. You can say if you want to see this file is available, you can go to video text and find the URL of this file is given there. It's available script.com. You are done it from there itself. Script.com. It's there, URL you can see. Script.com. This file is there, URL is given on text of this video or last video. You can go and see that file, you download that and you understand what I'm talking about. So I keep it now here for point of time. And I'm completing. Now this file I'm talking is now this page I have shown to you. First one is okay, that's no problem. Now this is conditions of contract for construction for buildings and engineering works designed by employer. It says, and contractor has to do it. And in this there's containment of it's called as form of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication avoidance agreement. And this is there are 21 clauses in that, 1 to 21, which explain what's required on this project. These are conditions under which this project is done or this contract is managed or organized. That's shown here twice. Then there is appendix general conditions of disputes and tab. There's so many other informations available in that, which we are going to have discussed already many. Now this is I have shown you typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction. This graphics I showed to you. This is time for completion is to be stated in contract data as a number of days or what to which is added any extension of time. And in order to indicate sequence of events, this diagram is based upon examples of contractor failing to comply with subclause 82 and defects notification period. is to be started in contract data is stated in contract data as a number of days to which is added any extension. And depending on types of works, tests after completion may also be required. So this is that. And then there's typical sequence of payment events and envisaged in clause 14, and then it is also typical sequence of dispute events envisaged in clause 21, and then typical sequence of events in agreement or determination under subclause 37. There are three scenarios of this case. Then I reach contract. Contract means there's a contents here. Contents of this file, which is number one is general provisions, and there are about 16 sub clauses in this. Then this employer this section 2 or clause 2 in which there are about 6 sub clauses. Then it's engineer, which is number 3. There are about 8 clauses in that sub clauses. There's contractor number 4, which is having about 23 sub clauses in that. And there's subcontractors, which is number 5 clause, and there are 2 sub clauses in that. Then staff and workers or laborer, they are also saying laborer. This is number 6, and there are about you can say 12 sub clauses in that. And then there's plant materials and workmanship, which is 7 clause 7, and it is having 8 sub clauses in that. 8 sub clauses in that. And then we go to commencement, delays, and suspension. That's clause number 8. There are 13 sub clauses in that. And if you go to 9, that's tests on completion. There are about 4 sub clauses in that. And then you can say employers taking over. This is clause number 10, which has 4 sub clauses in that, and 11 clause 11 defects after taking over. There are about 11 clauses in that, sub clauses. And we'll go to measurement and valuation. This is 10.1. Sorry, measurements and valuation, which is 12. There are 4 clauses in that. And then variations and adjustments, that is clause 13. There are 7 clauses in that. And then contract price and payments, which is 14, section article 14. There are about 15 subsections of sub clauses, and there is 15 termination by employer. Termination by employer, there are about 7 sub clauses in that. Suspension and termination by contractor, there are around 4 sub clauses in that. I'm just trying to tell you contents of this book. Okay. Sorry. So it is suspension and termination by contractor. That's 16, and there are 4 sub clauses in that, and care of works and indemnities. There are 17. It's clause 17, and there are 6 sub clauses in that. Exceptional events. This is 18, and there are about 6 sub clauses in that. And there is insurance that is 19. There are about 2 sub clauses in that. There is then employers and contractors claims, which has 2 sub clauses, and 21 disputes and arbitration, which has about 8 sub clauses in that. And then there's appendix, general conditions of disputes, and there's index of sub clauses. This is contents of this. So what actually are further sub clauses, I like to intimate, because for long I did not tell that. It's a long time now. I like to just narrate that after taking some water. I'm feeling very thirsty. I don't know why. It's temperature. What reason? Or dehydration. Uh, I'm finding difficulty in speech. I used to talk in winter and now it's city and different. My tongue's getting dry. My lips are getting dry. And it's warm water, hot water. I'm drinking. Just like effect of some tea in place of tea. I think hot water, little hot. And as much as I take, I feel I take more. No reason for that. Now, you may also try, wish. Well, so general provisions. It is now. There's this Article 1, Section 1 of Class 1. There are this, I'll just speak conditions, titles, accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantities, claims, commencement date, compliance verification system, conditions of contract, or we can say these conditions, contract and contract agreement, contract date, contract price, contractors, contractors documents, contractors equipment, contractors personnel, contractors representative, cost, cost plus profit, country, DAB disputes evidence adjudication board, DAB agreement, date of completion, day, day work schedule, and defects notification period, DNP, and delay damages. All right, then you say delay damages, disputes, drawings, employer's equipment, employer's personnel, and employers supplied materials, engineer's representative, exceptional events, extension of time, FIDIC, final payment certificate, final statement, foreign currency, general conditions, goods, and interim payment certificates, joint venture, joint venture undertaking, and key personal laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, local currency, materials, months, no objection, notice and notice of dissatisfaction, then particular conditions and parties, payment certificate and performance security, and pay permanent works, plant, program, provisional sum, then OQM system, retention money, review, schedules of payment, section, site, special provisions, specification, statement, subcontractor taking over certificate, temporary works, tender, test, and governance. Then you see can take over certificate, temporary works, tender, tests after completion, tests on completion, time for completion, unforeseeable, variation, works, years, and then is next one is that is notes on other communication. So that's nothing to do with that. Titles and is language and law in language. Then priority on documents, that is Now, priority is given here. Yes, I speak for that one because I was just talking about priority of documents. It should refresh to you what actually it is contract agreement does number one, contract agreement, letter of acceptance and letter of tender, and particular conditions part A and particular conditions part B, and these general conditions and specifications, drawings, schedules, joint venture undertaking, and other documents. So first comes your contract, then comes your letter of acceptance, and if there's no letter of acceptance, contract itself means letter of tender and particular conditions and these general conditions, specifications, drawing, schedule, etc. Then other one is 1.6 is contract agreement and 1.7 assignments, and all these are I think defined in that. They have divided and defined it. So it's like that. I'll go to one. Now I'll go to another part, and that is assistance. So this will go now. I'll go to my part, and that is what we're talking about. Site data, item reference, employer supplied material, engineer is there, then go further down. We are somewhere, we were across 8 or 11, I remember. We have to go fast in that. So it's here 8. Prolonged suspension, we talked of, and we are talking resumption of works and tests and completion. We are talking tests and completion, that is also over. Oh, employers taking over. Defects after taking over. Defects after taking over. I think we are talking on that. Extension of defects, and I think remaining of defects was the site. Right of access. I think we are here somewhere. And contracts, product research is also there. Performance already we talked. And unfulfilled obligations we talked. The measurement and relations. Measurement and valuations. This is part 12. Now, management and valuations, though I started that one, yes, we'll come back to this and discuss. You understand what's measurement and what's valuation. I explained that. Let me talk a little on that. We have to understand what is measurement and what's valuation. As I said before, measurement can be done for everything. You see, you go to market and buy a piece of cloth for your shirt, for your pant, or for whatever item you want to make or get. You do not just buy whole cloth piece, but you want piece of from main one. How much you need that? You tell him, and that shopkeeper gives you that cloth. Same thing, you want to buy some material, you go to market. How much you need, you assess that and you place order for that. This is usually called measurement of anything. You may it's not really as your like this is also measurement. Same thing if you want to buy something for your home, you want to make some changes in the kitchen, you want some stone which you have to replace with something, you have to measure that piece of your shelf and you purchase that cut piece and then use it on your shelf. Similarly, you want to buy whatever you want to buy in market. Even if you go and buy a piece of toffee, a box of toffee, you have to pay according to what contains toffee in that. So that is where measurement counts. And in our construction field, engineering field, it's everywhere where measurement is done. Measurement doesn't mean just measuring from site or measuring box. It means that doing your job first and then ensure that this has been done. So measurement is something very uniform. Blanket form, you can say. You are going to buy 1 kilogram milk or liter milk, it's measurement. You are going to buy one water glass, water bottle, it's measurement. You are going to buy anything in some unit or numbers or metric length or metric design or other design is more than 21. That is what is measurement. It can be anything. And you know unit rate of that, whatever is rate you accept for that. And then you multiply number of number of units into this each rate unit, you shall find total sum of that. That is called measurement and valuation. Valuation is nothing but evaluate what quantity is there and use a format, which means I have probably there only for my use. Measurement, if you can understand, valuation is no problem. Problem comes if you're blank means you don't understand anything. Some valuers come to your home, bank sends them to evaluate your property, and that valuer is authentic, authorized, and whatever that valuer writes, bank considers that model. That's for done works. That valuation is done for existing property. There's a little difference here which I'm talking of. I'm not talking of existing property. I'm talking of property that we produce or build. It's in part or in whole, whatever it is. RCC work done, brick work done, or whatever work is done, that is done on site. And that requires payment to contractor because contractor has some rates for that activity. Whatever rate is there, you can't change it now. But you have to change this formula. If I understand this point, valuation of progressive work and valuation of total work, both are valuations, but that is public valuation. If you project it out and give someone, at time of price is a buy and it's nothing. So in our case, when we work on buildings or sites, every month we ensure what work is done. Every month. Generally, it's every month. It may be earlier also. But small item done cannot be paid. There's a limitation fixed on. If you have that quantity of work done in whatever field, minimum, if this cost is done, we shall pay you or we shall not pay you. We shall include in next one. Generally, it is done because it takes time to work out quantity and then make your valuation and check that. So it's time consuming job. If you do not do that one, there's no meaning. There's no meaning of working upon that. Why to waste time? We have to go to field, we have to note down quantities or whatever work you have to do. Why sit for that and waste time everybody? If it is worth means it's a reasonable quantity that we agree this is minimum, then it's okay, we sit together and decide what quantity you have done and what payment you do. It's not a lump sum, not a big problem, but yet we don't want to you don't want to pay less. Means if you have done what you're expected to do, you have done half or less than half of that, then it's against your company as well as against how we are paying you. You are not able to work with this means your progress is very low. That's why you are not getting payment. So that's what we say construction duration related valuation. This valuation depend upon your achievement in that moment. Whatever contract your achievement and your achievement according to time and your according to quality, that's what's called contract. Achievement not because you are very good in contract you are achieved. No, you should understand contract and particularly understood those and doing so. All right. So what I was talking is this item that is management related measurement. So what's to be measured? This is 12.1. 12.1. What's to be measured? Whatever works we have done means on site has been done and done according to requirements. We have to measure and pay. So let us understand what's that. Again, I'm taking first I do what is let me take little not hot water, other water. Maybe this is hot anyhow. I feel again and again first. So let's say lot other water. Better than to not to take one water. Let us start this. Maybe I feel less. Let's see. Okay. Now, I think it's already more than how much? It's 1 hour 40 minutes. No problem for me. That's good. It says what shall be measured and valued for payment. That's basic simple. Because we have to pay, that's why we are measuring in accordance with this clause. Alright. Whenever engineer requires any part of works to be measured on site, engineer shall give a notice to contractor. This already done, but I'm just re-informing you. This is what we talked before because you forget, I forget as well. I'm not that young to remember everything. Just notice to contractor of not less than 7 days of part to be measured. Well, it's getting too much time. I know I'll just tell him, come on, guy, let's measure. I'll do that in life. I will not wait for 7 days because this is luxury of time. I don't want to waste this as contract. I'll just come only measure, come tomorrow morning, we'll measure. I'll say that. And if you don't come, I'll measure. I violate these conditions. These bills are there. But this situation is very remote, which I'm talking. Actually, what happens? Contractor is always interested in money. It's not engineer who is going to work out. It's contractor that's to solution valuation. Contractor engineers. So ultimately, they need money. They will figure. So they prepare bills and submit to engineer for engineer confirm with them. And that's the general practice. We here it's because it's conditioned, so they have to write in saving. They have their skin that if contract doesn't come, we will ourselves because we have to make payment to them. Well, it's all in all contracts like that. You see, previous contracts, conditions will find same thing with them, just changing some language and they will follow this. What says is, whenever intent requires any part of what we measured, the notice is to give notice to contractor of not less than 7 days time of part to be measured and date on which any place on site which measurement will be made. Unless otherwise agreed with contractor, measurement on site shall be made on this date and contractor's representative shall either attend it or send another qualified representative to assist engineer in to endeavor, you know, to reach agreement of measurement. And when I say qualified means here, this question qualified doesn't mean us. Qualified means here that that person should understand how to measurement. That person should understand how to what's the item or unit of item, how it is measured. Because every item has some mechanism to measure, like sweating in chest. It cannot be a layman cannot be sent for this purpose. So person who understands that the approved person only can talk to representative and debate on that and accept or reject that. So qualified representative assist engineer and to endeavor to reach agreement of measurement and supply and particulars requested by engineer. Then if contractor fails, you can say to attend and send a representative at time and place stated in engineer's notice or otherwise agreed with contractor measurement made by or on behalf of engineer shall be deemed to have been made in contractor's presence, and contractor shall be deemed to have accepted measurement as accurate. So this is what actually is done in the remote situation, not in ordinary situation, because in ordinary situation it is contractor that actually produces you may to say this quantification. It's that. It's not simply that I say I do it. It's generally contractor who does it himself. But let us say this remote situation because contractor is sleeping. You may say contractor is sleeping and engineer subs notice and that guy comes and accepts this. I have not seen that situation anywhere in my career, but it is remote situation. Or sometimes it may happen. In rare cases, you can say. Now let's move further. Any part of permanent works that requires to be measured, that requires to be measured from records shall be identified in specification and except as otherwise stated in contract. Such records shall be prepared by engineers. Whenever engineer has prepared records for such part, that shall give to a notice to contractor of not less than 7. Again, same thing, stating date on which and place at which contractor's representative shall attend to examine and agree records with engineer. If contractor fails to attend or send a representative at time and place stated in engineer's notice or otherwise agreed with contractor, contractor shall be deemed to have accepted that records are accurate. So this is a remote situation anyway. For any part of works, if for any part of works contractor attends measurement on site or examines measurement records as case may be, but 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 engineer and contractor are unable to agree to measurements. They're unable to agree to measurements. Contractor shall give a notice to engineer setting out reasons why contractor considers measurement of site on site or records are inaccurate. If contractor does not give such a notice to engineer within 14 days after attending measurement on site or examining measurement records, contractor shall be deemed to have accepted measurement as accurate. Alright, same here. After receiving a contractor's notice under sub-clause, unless at that time such measurement is already subject to last paragraph of sub-clause 13.3.1, engineer shall proceed under sub-clause 3.7 agreement or determination to agree or determine measurement and for purpose of sub-clause 373 time limits. Date on which engineer receives contractor's notice shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. However, now, after receiving contractor's notice under subclause, unless at that time such measurement is already subject to last paragraph of subclause, variation by instruction, engineer shall proceed under subclauses agreement or determination to agree or determine measurement and for purpose of subclause 373. All right, date on which as engineer receives a contractor's notice shall be on date of commencement of time limit for agreeing under clause 3 until such time as measurement is agreed or determined. Engineer and assess shall assess a provisional measurement for purpose of interim payment certificate. So actually, it's interim payment certificate everywhere. There's no final payment in this case. Interim payment is little very is very flexible. Method of measurement, that's 12 to, I think we have some problem. Method of measurement. Method of measurement. I think you know all of them. What's the method of measurement? It has to be specified, it has to be agreed upon, and when it course is given, and if not given, you can also include your definition and corporate wish. It's not mandatory that you follow what's written. It's your own method of certain measurement. Quantities should be correct as well. There's no hard and fast rule for that. There are sometimes I'll explain why. Method of measurement actually is actual work to be done, but in some cases, actual done to be done cannot be actually paid. Let us take example of excavation. Excavation is an item that can never be accurate, first of all, and moreover, when you excavate and there are people to work there in that pit or excavated area, those people have to work and they need some area additional in addition to actual area to work on shutters, to work on circulation, and whatever way you have to excavate so that your area for working external of concretable area where you can use shutters, you can use supports, you can use something else, and this depends on whole building. Actual excavation done on site is not that is actually required. Sometimes on site we don't excavate foundation by foundation. We say it's better to excavate whole area as mass excavation, and also not only mass excavation but also additional area for working. So if you say in our quantification, when we compute our quantity, we will take only those areas of foundations which are going to be excavated theoretically. But practically, we, we are going to excavate whole area. That depends upon what your method says. If your method accepts that you can excavate whole area, it's okay then. But in general, it doesn't accept. Then that area which you excavated for yourself and also working area, those cannot be considered if given that we'll pay you only for methods or for formal relations. In which case, there's a lot of difference in acquisition cost, particularly in those areas which are rock areas. Rock. You have to excavate hole, but you are not going to be paid for that. You'll excavate whole area by big machines, and you will see how many machines are working. There are various people that are excavating hole. So you can say cost on your bill, cost on your bill of excavation shall be quantity shall be limited one, or it will be only item, they may say, not quantity. Okay, item, this excavation is building from whatever given in drawing and that is etc. And disposal of soil and all the other item number one, and lump sum they may say, or you may take yourself what you want to take, or they may give quantification, so many cubic meter, and they say you measure this way that day. This is what will follow in measurements. So whatever area you accept there is also accepted here for purpose of records. So that is very big item. I just tried to give an example of that. So what is method of measurement? That's now back to that question is. Method of measurement shall be as stated in contract data, and generally you will find that some chapter of that possibly. Otherwise, you have to decide. You have to use your own method, or you have to demand them what is their method you are going to use. In that case, you have to intelligently correct and then work out your problems, your way of how to measure. Says that method of measurement shall be as stated in contract data, or if not so stated, that which shall be on accordance with bills of quantity or other applicable schedule. It's maybe somewhere it's mentioned that this is a method of measurement, you have to follow that, not the reality. But it's not method, you can devise your own method, and you can use a method statement somewhere. We'll this our measurement way, and we'll use this way. Or you can write some general this or method statement where you use that. Okay, then we say it's given in data or not given in data. It says in data is not so stated, then which shall be in accordance with bill of quantities or other applicable schedules, except as otherwise stated in contract. Measurement shall be made of net actual quantity of each item of permanent works, and no allowance shall be made for building building or shrinkage or worse. This is very point that I'm talking of. If suppose it's not given how you measure for question, you have a general idea how to measure, for example, length in meters you can measure. Area you have to measure, you can square meters you can measure. There's a cubic concrete, you can say okay, length into breadth into height, you can say cubic meters. And similarly reinforcement steel, you can say okay, I'll take in tonnage, we have total length given and we can multiply by coefficient of that weight coefficient, or we can multiply by say, we can find square centimeter of that one bar and multiply by coefficient of weight. We can find per meter weight of this bar, and that way the length of that bar, and we can multiply by that coefficient to get total weight of that bar. And how many bars are there? So you can say steel is measured in tonnage of kilogram, steel bars I'm saying. And if you have unit of then formwork is measured in square meters. And if thickness is given, then you can say only meters. Generally thickness is not given. Quantity measurement is RCC quantity cubic meter. And if thickness based on wall, then square meter. And also columns in cubic meter, slab in cubic meter. Generally it's cubic meter, square meter. And you can say is line bar, or you may say whatever item, flooring square meter, plastering square meter, rendering square meter, and concrete cubic meter. Then you can say measurement I'm talking, then wherever surface area, that's cubic meter, and wherever there's a criteria where no measure plate taken, this can be square meter. So method of measurements like that, you have to decide yourself what's method of measurements. If you're in a market, don't write something which is not practical. Better write something which is practical. Then we come to this method of measurement, then we come to Valuation of works. Valuation of works. I taught yesterday, but again we'll read it so that we can understand better. Yesterday, valuation of work. As I said, valuation of existing property is something else. Whereas I'm talking valuation of work terms, valuation we worked on site, that valuation. This valuation does not include cost of plot. It does not include anything but just work quantity and work rate multiplied by. Alright then, valuation of works. Continuing on. Maybe you people are feeling bored. How can I help? Can I show you some entertainment or what? So you may not feel bored. No problem. You may learn something else on your own. I have given many English translation if you want to learn that. That is English translation, just for interference I'll say. And this is tenses and present tense videos, present tense, past tense, future tense, and all four of each. There's information in English, Hindi, and both. Maybe you feel surprised. You don't see that. No, that's nothing. So, valuation of work, I'll tell you English something else, other time. Maybe you like that, not just because it is boring one. And English, maybe you learn something. Except as otherwise stated in contract. Engineer shall value each item of work by applying measurement, as we said measurement, agreed or determined in accordance with subclause 12.1. Okay. Uh, for each item of work, appropriate rate or price for item shall be rate or price specified for such item in bills of quantity. Rate is there, you can use that rate. Or other schedule, or if there is no such an item specified for similar works. And any item of work, whatever item of work which is identified in bills of quantities or other schedules, but for which no rate or price is specified, shall be deemed to be included in other rates and prices in bills of quantities or other schedules. A new rate of price shall be appropriate for an item of work if new rate. If item is not identified in and no rate or price for this item is specified in bill of quantities or other schedule, and no specified rate or price is appropriate because item of work is not of similar character or is not executed under similar conditions as any other item in contract. Now, measured quantity of item is changed by more than 10% from quantity of this item in bills of quantities or other schedule. Measured quantity of item is changed by more than 10% from quantity of this item. Then from this changing This change in this change in quantity multiplied by rate of or price specified in bills of quantities or other schedule for this item exceeds 0.01%. All right, now let's uh, let's move like this. Measured quantity of item is charged by more than changed by more than 10% from quantity of this item in bills of quantities or schedule. This change in quantity multiplied by rate of price specified in bills of quantity or other schedule for this item exceeds 10% of accepted contract amount. After that, this change in quantity multiplied by rate or price is specified in bill of quantity or other schedule for this item exceeds 0.01% of accepted contract amount. This change in quantity directly changes cost per unit quantity of this item by more than 1%, and this item is not specified in bill of quantities or other schedule as a fixed rate item, fixed change or similar term referring to a rate of price, which is not subject to adjustment for any change in quantity, and this work is instructed under clause 13, which is variation adjustments, and sub paragraph A or B above applies. Work is instructed Work is instructed under clause 13, variation and adjustment, and subparagraph is in charge. Now, each new rate or price, each work is instructed under clause 13, variation and adjustments, and subparagraph A or B above. Each new item, each new rate or price shall be derived from any relevant rates or prices specified in bill of queue or other schedule within reasonable adjustments to take account of material matters described in subparagraph. A new rate or price shall be derived from any relevant rates or prices. You understand what I'm saying? It's a little complicated but not very difficult because we are taking the rates already available in BOQ and similar items we can price in with variation of certain percentage, nothing special in that. And if you don't have that, then we work out rate of that item. So don't be confused about this. It's just a trying a chance if you can get some item available in BOQ and use that one for that item. If that's possible, then we can solicit this for this that one. Item available session, we can go ahead and move to it. We'll take about 1 week with this item is clarified and our questions will be clarified. System block one. That says each new rates or price shall be derived from any relevant rates or prices specified in BOQ or other schedule with reasonable adjustment to take account of matters described in subparagraph as applicable if no specified rates or prices can are relevant for revision of new rates or prices. It shall be derived from reasonable cost. Well, let's see if you have any item of work. Engineer and a contractor are unable to agree appropriate rate or price, then the contractor shall give a notice to engineer setting out reasons why contractor disagrees. After receiving contractor's notice under subclause, unless at that time such rate or price is already subject to last paragraph of subclause, and engineer shall proceed under section subclause 37. This agreement or determination, agree to determine appropriate taste of these that end. And for purpose of subclause 37, time limit date on which engineer receives contractor's notice shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under this section. Well, under such time as appropriate rates or prices is agreed and determined, the engineer shall assess provisional rate or price for purposes of interim payment, or best is that we work on analysis of price. Either contractor should work on that. Analysis of price is getting the material used in market, workers rate fixed on and trying on per unit of price involves world way of 613 says that I'll calculate price for you, and engineer does that. A contractor does it. So they reach some logical conclusion about this price. That's best way rather than giving notice and that and this. So we go to now omissions. 12.4 omissions. Maybe you are getting some knowledge about content. It's up to you if you can understand this or you cannot understand this. I'm still happy that this was not very cumbersome. This is cumbersome due to stages away. Uh, Now we'll go to variation and adjustments. Price we have done. We ultimately you have to solve price problem depending on you take quotations from market material. You have rates agreed with your workers and other miscellaneous costs. You can calculate this money cost with documents. You can prove that and you can reach such agreement. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal as it's being felt. Notice to that and notice to this. No need of notice. Just work out price, submit to engineer and let them agree with your they're convinced with what you said. So let's go to right to vary. What is right to variation? Right to vary. Mr. Kumar, good morning. Okay, fine. Then so, variation means what is variation actually? Where is the right to vary? What do you mean by variation? There's a quantity mentioned in our BOQ or on quantity. We know this is quantity. It's not necessarily it's mentioned in your bills. It should be anywhere. this quantity is mentioned, we have to do this much. But there's a variation on that due to some reason, due to quantity reason, or due to whatever quality reason, or due to change in methods or whatever. There's a variation on that specific quantity given. So what does it mean? Is natural variation or variation of specifications or changes, or you can say proposed for self change in variation? No, very well. Well, variations means something varying in 5 to 10% more. Variation may be initiated by engineer under subclause 13.3 as variation procedure any time before issue of taking over certificate for forwards. This is generally as given as a mechanism. Other than, as stated above, failure to remedy, that is defects, means you want to remedy some defects. Nobody did have that. So a variation shall not compromise. I'm sorry, variation shall not comprise, not compromise. Variation shall not comprise means consist of omission of any work which is to be carried out by employer or by brothers, unless you know what is mean when I said is something different. You see, you can understand this point. What it says, other than stated above, a variation shall not comprise omission of any work which is to be carried out by employer or by other unless otherwise agreed by parties. So, contractor shall not shall be bound contract shall bound by each variation instructed under subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction, and shall execute variation with due expedition and without delay unless contractor promptly gives in notice to engineer stating stating with detailed supporting and presumptive fact. What are presumptions there? The presumptions are three. A, the presumptions. Now we are going to talk of presumptions. What presumptions are these? Varied work. Varied work was unforeseeable. This work which is vary was unforeseeable, having regard to scope of nature. Having regard to scope of nature of work, it was unforeseeable, and it was whatever given in specifications was not seen. Okay. Varied work was unforeseeable, having regard to scope in nature of works described in specification. Contractor cannot readily obtain goods required for variation. Means contractor cannot readily obtain goods required for variation. It will adversely affect contractor's ability to comply with subclause 48 health and safety obligations and of subclause 418 protection of environment. So these three conditions say what? Says number one, varied work was unforeseeable. We could not understand that at that time, whether in this scope and the nature of works, this could be a part or this could describe in specification. The unforeseen clause or contractor cannot readily obtain these goods required for variation, or it will actually it will adversely affect contractors' ability to comply with subclause 48 health and safety obligations and to subclause 14 protocol protection protocol and supply of. Now, promptly, promptly after receiving this notice, engineer shall respond by giving a notice to contractor, cancelling, confirming, or varying both, either cancelling, confirming, or varying instruction, and instruction, any such instruction so confirmed or varied shall be taken as an instruction under subclause variation by instructor or instructions. This is called engineer's instruction, and this shall be legal. Each variation may include, now what it says, what type of it could be, let us see that. Changes to quantities of any item of work. Changes to quantities of any item of work included in contract. However, such changes do not necessarily constitute a variation. Hmm. Changes to quantity and other characteristics of any item of work. Changes to levels, positions, and dimensions of any part of work. So levels, positions, and dimensions of any part of work certainly will affect quantities. Omission of any part of work or omission of any work unless it is to be carried out by others without agreement of parties. Understand that? Omission of work unless it is to be carried out by others without agreement of parties. Additional work is plant, materials, or services necessary for permanent works, including any associated tests on completion, boreholes, and other testing and exploratory work, or changes to sequence of timing of execution of works. Contractor shall not make any alteration. Contractor shall not make any alteration to and or modification of permanent works unless and until engineer instructs a variation under subclause 13331 variation by instruction. These are main. Now on that top we come to value engineering. Value engineering these days very wide term. Rare is given only small. I don't know reason for that. Value engineering is very extensive term. But we never go here, sit here and space. Ice, one day, yeah. All right, now value engineering. What actually value engineering is? Have you ever thought of what is engineering and what is value engineering? What's the difference between it? Engineering is complete process. Uh, value engineering was talking, I was thinking, what do you think? I don't think to find some answer on how to add value to your work. That's value engineering, simply speaking. How to add value to your work, that is value engineering. Now, what is that value you are adding to that? That I have to think of. It is like that I am giving you something for this price, but I will give you also some value on that price. I'll give this benefit. That is one part of commercial value. But I'm talking about value of something else. Let us say, understand. I say I give you this house for certain price. These are specifications, the performance of this house, this duration of this house, this and that. That's a specification. I take this much money for this and you deliver this, or I say something else. But if I add something on that, which you do not know, I get something more important, free of cost. Say this, I added to this house something which you are not paying for, or I'm saving your time for delivery, or I add better quality in this than specified, super quality, I've done this for you. So my customer continues. That whatever is additional, that is called value to that project, value above that you bought for. It is one assumption only. Means I am doing something for you, others are not doing. I am giving something that others cannot give you because I am expert of that and I want to equip you with something for which you are not paying me, but I just want goodwill so that you may be my future client, or I just want to have relations with you in future. So that can be really said that that's a value. Okay, now what value in this is Joy Kishan Yadav, good morning. Okay, this is actually very tedious contract conditions, but important one from point of view of understanding. This it defines in value engineering on your FIDIC. Contractor may at any time submit to engineer a written proposal, which in contractor's opinion will be adopted if it adopted. What it says. I'm a contractor, I'm doing something, just listen, go through this and see if it definitely approves, fine, okay, I leave it behind. I want to do this phase of proposal panel one, and it says say A, accelerate completion. It says my proposal will give benefit as such. A, accelerate completion. B, reduce cost of employer or executing, maintaining or cooperating on operating works. Says reduce cost to employer. Maybe it's his design, maybe it says 5%, 2%, 3% employer of executing, maintaining or operating works. Number one, it says accelerate completion, and then it says reduce cost to employer, and it says improve efficiency or value to employer. It improves efficiency and value to employer of completed works. Or D, otherwise the benefit to employer. Do you understand what I mean? It says improves efficiency of value to employer of completed works, efficiency, or otherwise the of benefit to employer. These points look to be okay in some case, but superficial also in some way. But let us say these are points, and what engineer says, this proposal shall be prepared at cost of contractor and shall include details as stated in sub paragraphs A to C of subclause 13.3.1. Whatever details you submit, engineer shall, as soon as practicable, after receiving such proposal, respond by giving a notice to contractor stating consent or otherwise engineer's consent or otherwise shall be at sole discretion of employer. Contractors shall not delay any work while waiting a response. Next is in this, if engineer gives consent, if engineer gives consent to proposal without comments, engineer shall then instruct a variation. Means engineer say, okay, give me variation because it's going to vary. It may be negative, it may be positive, depends on. Thereafter, contractor shall submit any further particulars that engineer may reasonably require. And last paragraph of subclass 13.3.1, variation by instruction, shall apply, which shall include consideration by engineer of sharing it any of benefits, costs, and or delay between parties stated in particular conditions. Now, if proposal under this subclause to which engineer gives consent includes a change in design of part of permanent works, then, unless otherwise agreed by both parties, contractor shall design this part at its cost, and subparagraphs A to H of subclass 4.1, contractor's general conditions shall apply. Now this is what now we are going to variation process. Variation procedure. That's something else now. About this valuation, this value added service, or you can say quality, very value engineering. It's just example is giving, but if you find something else not done this way, now it is what happens when you submit your bids in big projects. There are two kinds of bids you have to submit. One is original bid, and one is original bid means whatever bid documents you received from employer or bidder, those documents and copies of those documents. Okay. What happens there in original contract? I was explaining to you. I did that. One is original bid you have to submit. which contains same as is designed specified in drawings, whatever you receive. And there is an alternative bid also, which you can submit if you like, or there's maybe a proposition if you want to submit either an alternative bid, then you submit both. Means you can submit original bid, that is a part of tender, and if you wish to submit, you want to give better work, better service, then you have to submit this bid, and you can submit an alternative bid. And in both cases, there are two bids each, that is technical bid and commercial bid. So in that case, in alternative bid, you have to give technical bid as well as commercial bid, whereas in your original bid also, you have to submit architect bid or technical bid and commercial bid. These bids is, I think that's only for technical purpose, yeah. But when you submit as a contract, complete work is to be done in that. Means you have to find your quantities. You cannot depend on quantities of bid. Even this can be misleading. If you have staff, you have potential, you can prepare original bid as well as alternative bid. You can insert your design in that. Nobody stops. You can insert your other ways, and you can insert their classes or schools if not done it well. This alternative bid which you are going to submit must be very powerful, which is your bid, not contract bid. If you want, because everybody will submit that, don't forget that. Original bid based on original documents and your own design of your own concept, separate bid from all, generally from all vendors. You're not doing a specific job on that, but you're just trying to change something. I saw my people when I was there in first project. We are just left side. We have to study so much on that and change this, change this, change this, change this. We kept on going. Ultimately, one day, they didn't say, why don't you give your bid? They didn't say, why? But here, when you are doing alternate bid, you can't change anything. You can't change anything. You have to abide by complete documents, and in your bid, you have to at least abide by those conditions and can bring in something new, better than those conditions which are in contract conditions. Right? This bid is big one, which you have to work day and night and find a better competitive rate as well as quantity based one. Maybe you have to support more than with original bid just to think that you get this bid offered. It's not easy, it's difficult, but people do that. In some cases, you might be having some materials, say in your store from say other projects. You can include that material. You may be having some other designs available. You can include a design. You may have some other, you know, some other system in your whole building or parts of building. Okay. Okay. When when this bill is submitted, when you submit your bids, both bids, and there may be difference, say 10% in cost of your bid, alternate bid, and you may save time also in that case by your own methodology, maybe, or your specifications are much better than their specifications. In that case, maybe your technical bid considered higher value than their technical build or others to submit that, or others may also submit alternate bids. So if your alternate bid is successful, say, then probably you will alone bidder whose offer will be accepted. Because you can't say anything from PPs, you can't say anything from others everywhere. Well, you go further up without zero what's value of bid. Any value increase to your project, that's called value engineering, and that is nothing else because you are giving in return better than what is demanded for. So we will go to variation procedures now. What is variation procedures? Variation. Subject to subclause 31. Variation shall be initiated by engineer in accordance with either of following procedures, and what is that? Variation by instruction. Variation by instruction. Instruction. How it is done? Engineer may instruct a variation by giving a notice describing required change, and stating any requirement for recording cost. To contractor in accordance with subclause 3.5 engineer's instructions. Now, what actually happens if you see on sites in projects, the experiences? We are working, everything is going on, some instructions comes in. They want to simply change something on that, some item they want to change, or just issue instructions, you want this or this. Some design may change or some finishes may change. Whatever changes doesn't matter, but we should be conformant. We come listen to them. Is isn't that? Your item you are executing, but there is a change in that, or there is a change in some area which you never expected. You go through that. This is in form of side instructions. Say there is side instruction. This is something. mm, uh, 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 then you can say yes, I can do that, but it impacts my cost because you are demanding something which is not given on drawings and not given on other documents. It's going to increase my cost. So when this instruction comes to you, there's always a footnote on that. If contractor considers that this instruction, this memo, constitutes a variation on cost, do not do this until you get variation order. This is generally written on those documents that are issued to you. So engineer just raises something, I'm raising quality. It doesn't mean that engineer has to pay. In case you write to engineer that there's a problem in this site, minimum you are asking this. I'm not happy with this as a contractor. It's going to cost me extra, and I'm going to do it only when this cost is varied, and I'll submit this cost to you in due time. But we confirm whether you accept this or not. And I answer. Now this engineer was thinking that it will be the same cost. So whether cost is increased or not, that depends upon decision of engineer. And if yes, there's no furlough budget we have, I will pay someone. What is this? Or a regard variation means it can instructions can come, memos can come on any point. So that's what it said. Engineer may instruct a variation by giving a notice describing required change and stating any requirements for recording of costs to contractor in accordance with subclause, and we respond that way. Contractor shall proceed with execution of variation and shall within 28 days of other period post for contractor agree by engineer of receiving engineer instruction submit to engineer detailed particulars as such required. Now which details we have to submit, then says that a description of varied works. You have to write that, make a tabulation of that. This is description of varied works, and these are to be performed or and including details of resources and methods adopted or to be adopted by contractors. This detail means explanatory notes to be given here. Then program for execution and contractor's proposal for any necessary modifications, or if any, to program according to subclause 83 and to time of completion. All right, then you have to do this. So, the program for execution and contractor's proposal, you have to do that also. That's the what we are given, how we'll perform, we are given resources, we are given methods, what we are, and program for execution we have to give. And contractor's proposal for any necessary modifications, we can give that also. There's a contractor proposal for adjustment to contract. Contractor's proposal for adjustment to contract price by valuing variation in accordance with clause 12 measurement and valuation with supporting particulars which shall include identification of any estimated quantity, and if contractor incurs or will incur cost as result of any that then you can say contractor's proposal for adjustment to contractor's price by valuing variation in accordance with clause 12 measurement will with supporting particulars which shall include identification of any estimated quantities, and if contractor incurs in or will incur cost as the result of any necessary modification to time for completion shall show shall show additional payment, if any, to which contractor considers that contractors is entitled if parties have agreed to omission of any work which is to be carried out. Got it? By others. Contractor's proposal may also include amount of any loss of profit and other losses and damages or suffered or suffered or to be sufficient in sufficient in so what happens here actually, we got something, we complete details, okay, you are saying do this, and we said there's a variation, we have to give details of that, this is totally want, this was previously done, we wanted to do this, now we want this one, there's a comparison of everything, and we have to spend additional cost on this is our record, this is our cost, and we have to do this, so this is time, we have to do this, and this is what actually this method of working would be. And also this cost is coming higher, say 15, 20% higher. This difference of 100 to 20% is what the original cost will be paid. This 20% where shall we cover? We have to be paid means from where shall you pay? You don't have to vary it. So what either vary it, issue instruction for that, or you think there's no question of varying, then you may have some other item in this project. Either we are doing or someone else is doing. And if that's not necessary, you can omit that item from that so that balance of budget is there. Do not change budget for that project. Changing is not bad. You can change budget if you wish. That item is very important. But in case there are so many items which are not used or not items, if you require the same costume or the same, no change you want, that's okay. It's fine. But that requires additional cost or something like that. You have to do that one. So what technical person must be there to support you? Technical person, not admin person, who understand activity, who understand contracts, who understands all this. This is usually what we do. Well, this is variation procedure, but this is general form now saying. Thereafter, contractors shall submit any future particulars that engineer may reasonably require. This is a way to vary and variations like that. Now we can continue to read that. Thereafter, contractors shall submit any further particulars that engineer may resolve. Engineer shall then proceed under subsection agreement to agree to determine others. This is what's that? It is variation by request for proposal. It is variation by procurement. Now, I think this is sleeping, little, maybe you're sleeping because it's very boring. So let's go to variation by request for proposal. This is request for proposal. It's okay. Now, what I'm searching is I'm also lost some time. Now I'm going to find where's this provisional sum varied by request for proposal. Now this is regarding we'll see now. This is variation by request for proposal. Engineer may request a proposal before instructing a variation. It's very important now. Let's say variation by proposal. Before it was not proposal. Let us say what it was. Now thereafter, contract says, we did everything. Which is thereafter, contractor shall submit any further particulars that engineer may reasonably require. Engineer shall then proceed under this section to agree or determine extension of time included in that, if there is an extension of time, and or adjustment to contract phase price, adjustment to contract price, including valuation of variation in accordance with clause 12, measurement and valuation using measured quantities of verified work. So, and for purposes of subclause 373, time limits dates of engineers receives contractors submission, including any requested further particulars shall be date and commencement or time limit for. Let me just check it. Where's that? Let's say it's now which 6:30. All right, now we'll go to variation by. This was variation by instruction by engineer. Now we are going to request for proposal. Now engineer wants request for proposal. Let's how to deal with that. See, all this contract, when this contract organization is separate one, and there's a lot of work because there's one contract, many contracts are there on projects. So it's all that have to see variation by what happens when the engineer talks to clients and they say something. We have to vary that. What to do? Remember I was just involved in Kolkata time long back in 96, 95 exactly. There was some construction of villa ongoing. That beach villa, it was called beach palace. It was called. And there was a wall facing in one room towards sea, and the architect had done. He just put wall and above the window. There was a common wall up to sea level and the window for that level. The shape came and we saw what's this? God's architect. Sorry about that. Oh, this is I don't know. What's the meaning of this? So I want to sit here, and Sheikh said, I want to sit here on the floor, this side, and I want to see obviously no boats going, anyone is there. And you're putting wall here. What is this? You are a fool. Means I want to see, or you want to put a wall there, this is better. Why are you obstructing my view? Which I want to see through see. So what he did, remove this wall, I don't need this wall. Put glazing here, put curtain wall here. So that kind of situation because sometimes what client actually see, they can't see from plans, they can't see from drawings, they go to site and say, oh this is oh no, I don't know this. So that kind of small issues also you have to you have to change quantity of brickwork there, you have to increase cotton wall there. It's expensive. Quantity of block of is not that expensive, you have just remove that, but you have increased cost of aluminum cotton wall and this cost. So this is variation. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what we do and what is done on drawings. Common person cannot see what is done on drawings, and it's not possible to convince people until they see what's going right. So there is this changes. Of course, there are some changes. Now, now we say engineers want some change. Variation by request or proposal. Engineer may request a proposal before instructing variation by giving a notice describing proposal change for contractor. Who to contact? No. Contractor shall respond to that notice as soon as practicable by either submitting a proposal, submit a proposal. Let us see. Engineer may request a proposal before instruction of variation by giving notice. No. Now, contract shall respond to engineer's notice and submit a proposal which shall include matters as described in subparagraph A to C above, and giving reasons why contractor cannot comply with this by reference to matters described in subparagraphs A to C. Now, right to vary, but if contractor submits a proposal to engineer in engineer shall as soon as practicable, until receiving it, after receiving it as soon as possible, respond by giving a notice to contractor stating his or her consent, or otherwise contractor shall not delay any work without work whilst waiting a response. What to delay to his benefit? What happens that engineer gives consent to proposal. Engineer gives consent to contract proposal without comments, with or without comments. Engineer shall then instruct variation. Thereafter, contract shall submit any further particulars that engineer may reasonably require. And then also you have given that contract submitted there, like comments, so there are no comments, but what says engineer gives consent to proposal and ask for variation. Thereafter, contract shall submit further particulars the agent may reasonably require. And last paragraph plus the variation and instructions. So you have to submit a price on that variation price and variation. If engineer does not give consent to proposal with or without comments, and if contractor has incurred cost as a result of submitting, contractor shall entitled subject to that. Well, that's not nothing. Now, if engineer say no, your proposal is not good, I don't like it. In that case, whatever expenses contractor has made on that because of engineer's demand, and that expenses, whatever small it may be, can be counted as addition. Or if engineer accepts that proposal for give a price, with the price rise, and that added that price rise, and if this price of labor workers as they are in your list of, and that same thing you have used, and materials requirements, materials required from hardwood, evidence that can be used for that. You can work out all these prices, and this is my minimum. My workers are there, my people are there, outsiders have gone, no society, no comments, nothing. But yeah. After all, now we say provisional sums. Provisional sums. This is 13 form. Provisional means what? Do you understand provision? When we say there's a provision for this item in this contract, or there's a provision of this item in statute, this means provisional means it is seen in vision that this can be done. Provision. It is not doesn't mandatory provision. There is a provision in this law. There is a provision in this contract. There is a provision here that this can be done this way. It doesn't need to do that way. There's a provision only. There's a way out. You can use this. So here is a provisional sum. Each provisional sum shall only be used in whole or in part in accordance with engineer's instruction, and contract price shall be adjusted accordingly. This provisional sum is not in your responsibility. This is if this is required by employer or by engineer to be done. But sum is there. Total sum paid to a contractor shall include only such amount for work, supplies, or services to which provisional sum relates as engineer shall have instructed. Each provisional sum engineer may instruct. Engineer may instruct each provisional sum. Work to be executed, including plant, materials, or services to be supplied by contractor, and for which adjustment to contract price shall be agreed or determined under subclause variation by instruction. plant materials, works, or services to be purchased by a contractor from a nominated subcontractor as defined in subclass 5.2. Nominated subcontractor or otherwise and for which there shall be included in contract price. Actual amounts paid are due uh, due to be paid by contractor and a sum for overhead charges and profit calculated as percentage of these actual amounts by applying relevant percentage rate if any stated in applicable statute. If there is no such rate, percentage rate stated on contract data shall be applied. Now this is definition. Provisional sum is there and he also said somewhere nominated subcontractor. There may be provisional sum for something for which there is a nominated contractor that engineer or employer wants that you should use that for this particular purpose. That's why it's already it's appointed. No need you need not about that. Person is there. Only your job is to pay that person on your responsibility. We are making payment for that. This provisional sum is there and there's a nominated subcontractor, maybe some for that one. So we need this job through you. If it's required, not necessarily, this is not your contract. If you need this, you can do this for us. This is that. This is not mandatory. If required at any time, because this doesn't affect your cost, it doesn't affect your extension of time, it doesn't affect your time. You have thought of this when you tendered, when you bid. There, because it's at that time, again provisional sum, this sum may be used, may not be used. This contract price may be used, may not be used. This nominated contract may be used, may not be used. There is some special, actually, there are some specific items. They want that small item to be incorporated into that structure, but they cannot directly do that. There's no such system with them, and their system is through you. It's you because you are doing all items. You can also deal with that nominated contractor, or you can say that directly to workers you can pay. So small companies, there may be there's some they can you can use it to whom you want to use this money. You can use. There's no bar in this thing. This is what it is. But now it says that, or it says we have seen definition of that. Now it says if engineer instructs contractor under sub paragraph A and B as above I said, this instruction may include a requirement of contractor to submit quotations from contractor suppliers. Now suppliers is something else. A price is there, but you have to buy material and contract supplier has to give price and subcontractors for all sum of items of to be executed or plant materials, works or services to be purchased. Thereafter, engineer may respond by giving a notice either instructing contractor to accept one of these quotations, but all right, you got it. So material quotation, that quotation, this quotation, you get all from that and detailed submission of a price. Thereafter, you may respond by giving a notice, either instructing contractor to accept one of these quotations, but such an instruction shall not be taken as an instruction only. Instruction under subclause this. Nominated subcontractor are revoking instruction if this if engineer does not so respond in 7 days of receiving quotation, contractor shall be entitled to accept any of these quotations at that contractor's discretion. Each statement that includes a provisional sum shall also include all applicable invoices, vouchers, and accounts or receipts, receipts in substantiation of provisional sum. Each statement that includes a provisional sum shall also include all applicable invoices, vouchers, and accountant or receipts and substantiation of provisional sum. Now, day work. We are jumping to day work, and what's day work? Maybe more many of you don't know what's day work. It's very important term, day work. Yeah, Kishan, good morning, Jackson Yadav, and see what is day work now. Generally, what is day work? It's very simple to used sometimes, and day work name itself says something if you know about that. Why do we call day work? Sometimes what happens, we don't have any definition of item. We don't have any you can say explanation for anything. We can't measure that. There's something, say anything has happened on site, and you have to pay for that in whatever circumstances. It's beyond your BOQ, it's beyond your something, it's some time of work. You are supposed to do that. But neither India has any formula, nor you have any formula, but that item requires to be done. It may be contractual or supported. It will be linked or some other way. There's something, it's question of during suspension, something happens when the suspension is there and you are shifting your people, you don't know. You want to do something, but there's no way to measure that, how to identify that in what item it is. So what they do generally, they say, okay, you activity we know what we have to do, method we know, but we have no way to calculate that as unit, and it's not that much, maybe it's one time you have to do or two times you have to do. So what they do, you have workers, you have material, and you have, or you can procure material, not the usual. You have everything there available on site. If not available, you have to put available. And once it's available, all these requirements. In this nature of work that wanting action doesn't apply that. It doesn't apply that due to some reason. In such a situation, what we decide, engineer and contractor, okay, we knew our material we have, this is the rate of material, we know how much we are going to use, we know whatever material. And we have staff with us, we have workers with us, we know their rates, we agreed their rates. And also, there is this transport for this, transport and service of workers, nature for transport. So in that case, every day when you work there, someone has to stand there and see how many hours you have there. It doesn't necessarily stand 4 hours or 6 hours, whatever number of hours you do. How many workers, which class, material, how much material, how many bags of cement or whatever else, how much concrete, whatever is done, how many carpenters are there, masons are there, supervisors are there, machine hours are there. Whatever you do any day, for whatever number of hours, not necessarily full time, you and engineers representative both have to agree every day. This may continue for 10 days, it may continue for 20 days, it may continue for 1 month, it may continue for 3 days, whatever. Every day should be recorded completely. Whatever activity you do, it should be on record, agreed by both parties, and submitted every day. This is called day work. And you can then sum up all day work and claim. That is what I understand is day work. So let us see what this says. If a day work schedule is not included in contract, this subclause shall not apply. This is something else. For work of a minor or incidental nature, engineer may instruct that a variation shall be executed on a day work basis. Work shall then be valued in accordance with day work schedule and following procedures shall apply. Before ordering goods for such work, other than any goods priced in day work schedule, contractor shall submit one or more quotations from contractors, suppliers, and or subcontractors to engineer. Thereafter, engineer may instruct contractor to accept one of these quotations. Right? Thereafter, engineer may instruct contractor to accept one of these quotations, but such an instruction shall not be taken as an instruction under subclause 5.2 nominated subcontractors. If engineer does not so instruct contractor within 7 days of receiving quotations, contractor shall be entitled to accept any of these quotations all contractor's discretion at contractor's discretion, except for any items for which day work schedule specifies that payment is not due except for any items for which day work schedule specifies that payment is not due. Contractor shall deliver each day to engineer accurate statement in duplicate and one electronic copy, which shall include records as described under subclause 610, contractor's records of resources used in executing previous day work. One copy of his statement, one copy of his statement shall, if correct and agreed, be signed by engineer and promptly returned to contractor. If not correct or agreed, engineer shall proceed under subclause 37 agreement or determination to agree or determine resources and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits, date, works which are subject of variation under this subclause are completed by contractors shall be date of commencement, date of, let me see what it was, determine resources and purpose of subclause. Date works which are subject to variation under subclause are completed by contractor shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause citizen. In next statement, the contract shall then submit priced statements of agreed or determined resources to engineer together with applicable invoices, vouchers and accounts or receipt in substantiation of any any goods, it's of page has missed, any of goods, let's go on. Yes. In day work other than goods priced in day work schedule, unless otherwise stated in day work schedule, rates and prices in day work shall be deemed to include taxes, overheads, and profit. So that's only start one, and it's to be that way. I think you understand what I mean to say. This is very useful class which can be applied when there's no other solution for small jobs or for some activities which were not part of contract but are forced to be done because of circumstances evolving on site. There's no other way out, and your job it is to do it. And this is best ways that do in form of day works, and this is only solution for that. Now, 13.6 is adjustments for changes in law. Adjustment for changes in law. Law. laws. Now, subject to provisions of subclause, following provisions of subclause, contract price shall be adjusted to take account of any increase or decrease in cost resulting from a change in law. Now, laws of country, including introduction of new laws of country, including introduction of new laws and repeal or modification of existing laws. That is one case. Then judicial or official governmental interpretation of implementation of laws referred to in subparagraph A above. First one, law of country including introduction of new laws and repeal or modification of existing laws, and judicial or government interpretation or implementation of laws as referred to in subparagraphs above. Any permission, license or approval obtained by employer or contractor under subparagraph A as above, and B or B respectively of subclause 113 compliance with laws of D requirements for any permission, license and oblique or approval to be obtained by contractor under subparagraph B of subclause 113 compliance with laws. These are certain conditions. What we say about this? Made and are officially published. All these made and or officially published after base date. You know, base date is a year. Which is base date? You have to understand that. If you see in that sequence one, if I show you graphics one of this file, base date is given here. Day you file your bid, you close your bid, and 28 days before that date is called base date. So you have to keep in mind base date. So made and or officially published after base date means you fix your date base date if something happens of that which affect contractor in performance of obligation. Whatever was before base date is your responsibility. What happens after base date is not your responsibility. Which affect contractor in performance of obligations under contract. In this subclause, change in laws means any of changes under subparagraphs A, B, C, and or D above. You have to use little mind in this to understand what I'm saying or study you. You have to compare with base date because base date up to base date it's your responsibility to price because you know something. But once you file your prices, your control goes beyond your control. You can't change if something happens there. Then you have a right to claim on that. That's what it says. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs an increase in cost as a result of any change in laws, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT, that is extension of time, to EOT and or payment of such cost. If there is a decrease in cost as a result of any change in laws, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or extension of time EOT to a reduction in contract price. So both are mutually pro moto. They have to accept each other's loss or profit. This is mutual. If any adjustment to execution of works becomes necessary as a result of any change in law, one is contractor shall promptly give a notice to engineer or to engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor with detailed supporting particulars. Thereafter, Thereafter, engineer shall either instruct a variation under subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction or request a proposal under subclause 13.3.2 variation by request for proposal. Then 13.7 adjustment for change in cost. Adjustment for change in cost. Now this is 13.7. If schedules of cost schedules of cost indexation are not included in contract. If schedules of cost indexation are not included in contract, this subclause shall not apply. Or this said now. Amounts payable to contractors shall be adjusted for rises of fall in cost of workers, labors, goods, and other inputs to works by addition or deduction of amounts calculated in accordance with schedules of cost indexation. Do you understand that? It means when you submit tender, there is need or no need in this tender. You are submitting a bid and it's a big job, and there's no condition in that. You'll write your rates, your current rates of materials or your workers' wages. But under qualifications, you can write. There's no bar to that. But its risk may be they accept the order. But for your preservation, you can write a list there. This is materials which are being used on this, and this is price, market price currently for these materials and for these our classified workers, these designations, and our staff is designations. For information purpose, you can fill that. And if that's called schedule, this was also schedulation, this is how we term the schedules of cost indexation, and cost indexation we fill in. That is a valid document in that case, and it's accepted, not objected by employer. If they say no, we don't accept this, in that case you have to take it out, dequalify, because you don't want to lose contract also. If there is no, we don't do this clause, you take it out. If you want this job, then you have to accept that. But to cover your skin, now to extend that full compensation for any rise or fall in cost is not covered by this clause or other clauses of these conditions. Accepted contract amount shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingency of other rises and falls in cost. Adjustment to be applied to amount otherwise payable to contractors as certified in payment certificates shall be calculated for each of currencies in which contract price is payable. No adjustment shall be applied to work value on basis of cost of current price until such time as each current cost index is available. Engineers shall use a provisional index for issue of interim payment certificates when a current cost index is available. Adjustment shall be recalculated accordingly. So what it says is, let us read again. To extend that full compensation for any rise or fall in cost is not covered by this clause or other clauses of these conditions. Accepted contract amount shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingency or contingency of other rises and falls in cost. Adjustment to be applied to amount otherwise payable to contractor as certified in payment certificate shall be calculated for each of currencies in which contract price is payable. No adjustment shall be applied to work value on basis of cost or current prices until such time as each current cost index is available, engineer shall use a provisional index for issue of interim payment certificates. When a current cost index is available, adjustment shall be recalculated accordingly. If contractor fails to complete works within time for completion, adjustment of prices thereafter shall be made using either A. Each index of price applicable on day 49 days before expiry of time of completion of works. Current index of prices. So what it says, if contractor fails to complete works within time for completion, adjustment of prices thereafter shall be made using either each index or price applicable on day 49 before expiry of time of completion of works or current index of price, whichever is more favorable to employer. Now we'll move to contract price and payments. Contract price and payments. Contract price, you understand what is contract price, what actually it is. Now it says title is contract price and payments. Why is included is defined already, but is referring to particular conditions actually. Particular conditions means conditions which general conditions are not accepted. We change that and we make some other conditions. Unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, contract price shall be value of works in accordance with subclause 12.3, valuation of works and be subject to adjustments. Additions including cost or cost plus profit to which contractor is entitled under these conditions and or deductions in accordance with contract. This is A, this is specified, this contract price. B, contractors shall pay all taxes, duties, fees required to be paid by contractor under contract, and contract price shall not be adjusted for any of these costs, except as stated in subclause 13.6, adjustments for changes in laws. C, any quantities which may be set out in bills of quantities or other schedules are estimated quantities and are not to be taken as actual and correct quantities. Interpretation actually we just become this without that. One of works which contractor is required to execute are for purposes of class 12 measurement and valuations, and D D contractor shall submit to engineer within 28 days after commencement date a proposed breakdown of each lump sum price, if any, in schedules. Engineer may take account of breakdown when preparing payment certificates, but shall not be bound by it. Let us see these conditions again. What it says A, B, C, D, and this is related to contract price and payment. So, what does it mean? In one time study, you cannot understand that. So, let us review what it is. It says unless otherwise stated in particular conditions. Either it should be given in particular conditions. If not given, then what we understand this. If not given there. Contract price that we enter and sign. its value of work in accordance with subclass 12.3 valuation of work. This we exactly accept as valuation. It should be paid to us when we complete all this lump sum work. And be subject to adjustments. Yes, it is subject to adjustments like additions. There's some addition on that cost and cost plus profit to which contractor is entitled under these conditions and or deductions in accordance with whatever conditions are there recorded. This is our basic price, and if something applies on that, then we will accept that. Contractor shall pay all taxes. Yes, of course. Contractor shall pay all taxes, duties, and fees required to be paid by contractor under contract. And contract price shall not be adjusted for any of these costs except stated in subclause 13.6 adjustments for changes in laws. Any quantities which any quantities which may be set out in bills of quantities. See, here's a question mark. Bills of quantities or other schedules are estimated quantities only and are not to be taken as actual and correct quantities. One of works which contractor is required to execute, or two for purposes of clause 12 measurement and valuation, and D, contractor shall submit to engineer within 28 days after commencement date a proposed breakdown of each lump sum price, if any, in schedules. The engineer make may take account of breakdown when preparing payment certificate, but shall not be bound by it. So you have a time here for 28 days after commencement date. You can submit your each bill detailed price, but keep it to your secret notice. Don't make it public. That's required for that. Otherwise, there is a breach of this. Do you understand that? Now come on to next one. Advance payment. 14.2 advance payment. 7 o'clock, no problem. 10-15 minutes more. If you are ready for your work, probably because I have many more subjects to talk. Advance payment 14. Advance payment. If no amount of advance payment is stated, if no amount of advance payment is stated in, in contract data, this subclause shall not apply. After receiving advance payment certificate, employer shall make an advance payment as an interest-free loan for mobilization and design, if any. Amount of advance payment and currencies in which it is to be paid shall be stated in contract data. So this is advance payment. Generally, advance payment is made, in fact, up to sometimes 15%, even up to 25%. I've seen advance payment is made in interest of work, and there should be guarantee behind that. This is encourage contractor to take works. This is a guarantee, advance payment guarantee is required for that, and that is here mentioned. Advance payment bank guarantee. And it's there 14 to 1, which is very important to understand. You have to provide a guarantee, and this recovery is made later on in from every bill. Now, what it says, contractors shall obtain at an contractor's cost, an advance payment guarantee in amounts and currencies equal to advance payment and shall submit it to employer with a copy to engineer. Right? This shall be submitted to employer with a copy to engineer. This can be taken from banks, nominated banks or specified banks that's given with documents only from those banks, and shall submit to an employer with a copy to them. Guarantee shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives consent, and shall be based on simple form included in tender documents, same language, or on another form agreed by employer, but such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from any obligation under said clause. Contractor shall ensure that advance payment advance payment guarantee is valid and enforceable until advance payment has been repaid. Means you have to pay back, you are paying monthly, whatever you are getting you are paying back. So until it is repaid. But its amount may be progressively reduced by amount repaid by contractor as stated in payment certificates. If term of advance payment guarantee specify its expiry date and advance payment has not been repaid by date 28 days before expiry date, contractor shall extend validity of this guarantee until advance payment has been repaid. Court shall immediately submit evidence of this extension to employer with a copy to engineer. Alright, then court shall immediately submit evidence of this extension to employer with a copy to engineer. And if employer does not receive this evidence 7 days before expiry date of this guarantee, employer shall be entitled to claim under guarantee amount of advance payment which has not been repaid. When submitting advance payment guarantee, contractor shall include an application in form of a statement for advance payment. Alright, this is normal. And 1422 advance payment certificate. Advance payment certificate. Engineer shall issue an advance payment certificate for advance payment within 14 days after. Alright, so advance payment certificate, let's say engineer shall issue an advance payment certificate for advance payment within 14 days after A. Employer has received both performance security and an advance payment guarantee in form and issued by an entity in accordance with subclause 421 contractor's obligations and subclause 1421 advance payment guarantee respectively. B. Engineer has received a copy of contractor's application for advance payment under subclause 1421 advance payment guarantee. So these are certificates. Now repayment of advance payment, that's what it says. Repayment of advance payment. You have to pay back. Advance payment shall be repaid through percentage deductions in payment certificate. Unless otherwise percentages are stated in contract data. So repayment of advance payment. I think you have little time now. Only 10-15 minutes more, we can complete this. Advance payment shall be repaid through percentage reductions in payment certificate unless other percentages are stated in contract data. A deduction shall commence in its IPC as intermittent payment certificates. Deductions shall commence in IPC in which total of all certified interim payments in same currency as advance payment, excluding advance payment and deductions and release of retention monies exceeds 10% of portion of accepted contract amount. Deduction shall some deduction of a bank. Deduction is not by bank, deduction by engineer. Deductions shall commence, deduction commence, bill deduction, valuation. Deductions shall commence in IPC, so in interim payment certificate, in which total of all certified interim payments in same currency as advance payment, excluding advance payment and deductions and release of retention money exceeds 10% of portion of portion of accepted contract advance payment amount payable to that currency less provisional sums, and B deductions shall be made. Right. I will say this. Accepted contract amount payable in that currency less provisional sums. Now, deduction shall be made at amortization rate. Amortization rate of 1/4 25% of amount of each IPC, excluding advance payment and deductions and release of retention monies in currencies and proportions of advance payment until such time as advance. Okay, there you go further. Let's finish this. At least advance payment point, and we will then not go to application for interim payment. We will stop. We will accepted contract amount payable in that currency less provisional sums, and this deduction shall be made at amortization rate of 1/4 25%, that's of amount of each IPC excluding advance payment and deductions and release of retention money in currencies and proportions of advance payment until such time as advance payment has been repaid. If advance payment has not been repaid before issue of taking over certificate of works or before termination under clause 15 termination by employer, clause 16 suspension and termination by contractor, and clause 18 exceptional events as case may be, payable whole of balance payments then outstanding shall immediately become a due and payable by contractor payable by contractor to employer. After this application for interim payment, and then there is schedule of payments, and there are plants and materials intended for payments. Uh, Actually, contracts are not very lenient. Once you enter contracts, you have to immerse yourself in that. Otherwise, don't enter, because you cannot superficially remember contracts. That's not possible. Superficial journey on contracts will harm you. If you want to concentrate on contract, you have to concentrate on contract like you consider specifications, like you concentrate on drawings. You have to consider contracts as a part of your profession. Otherwise, you just stay on sites. Don't enter this confusing world of contract because it's dominating world and it requires your attention every day. Contract management, in addition to technical management, both move together. Technical management is also not easy. It's more difficult because there's no payment criteria in that. It may result in commercial demand, but you may not know it. Only contract person who deals with that, though it must be an engineer, can recall from your changes is there any contract obligation or not. Technically managing is something different, means though it's also technical, it's not commercial alone. This contract which we are talking of is applied on your works. It's question of payment. You may not lose payment unduly. An employer may not get payment, save payment unduly. Contract means equity-based contracts. Justice should be done to both employer and contractor. Why should one lose because of others? But that can happen only when there are people on both ends who understand plus and minus implications of contract. Contracts are not simple. Sometimes it seems that it is simple, it is nothing. But when you move from one clause to other clause, just like when you read your codes, technical codes, you read one code, you will find four more codes within that. Then you have to refer to those four codes. You will find another four or five codes with that. Sequence of this is same. Unfortunately, this happens that when people bid, companies bid, they sometimes ignore contract. No, we know contract. We everything same all same. Well, lump sum contract is the practice is same all over the world. It's no different, but sometimes writers may cause some mistake. I'm not saying major mistakes, but to confuse clauses. They know there's no one to read those, there's no one to analyze those. But remember, analysis is a must. Not only contract analysis, technical analysis is a must. Technical analysis can create problems in designs itself. Technical analysis can lead to contractual analysis. Both are linked together. Sometimes you have you find conflicts in specifications and drawings. Sometimes you find conflicts in drawings itself. Sometimes you find something is not applicable here but it's included here. That gives raises to set technical queries and engineering queries. And similarly, when you bring those papers of their changes met on site, or we agree like this, you see, they simply write this does not constitute any cost variation because they want to avoid from conflict. They simply write that. Is that adequate? Write that. Who are they to write first of all? Does it not is include cost variation? How can you say there's no cost variation? Did you work out on that or just because of side compromise and interest of job you're doing that? Both issues arise. If there's a variation, means there is a variation. You show it as variation, but we are adjusting somewhere else. Show that you are just how you adjust it. Therefore, when there are many hands involved on contracts and many hands involved on technical work, there is a lack of communication between two teams. No communication happens. Technical say, oh, leave it. Why to go to that office? We will manage on site. And maybe they lose something. They don't understand. And if you lose in one item and there will be 1,000 items, so you lose 1,000 times, you lose that. But it doesn't come to contract people. And contract people are lazy. They don't understand that. They may be QS. They may be someone else highly qualified, but they least bother to go to sites. to see what's happening because they think just writing is enough. Claims are enough. Claims can be constituted only when there is feedback. If there is no input of claims, you cannot claim. Therefore, for professional engineers, it is very important not to isolate yourself in one field. I am design oriented. I don't want site, and I am site oriented. I don't want design, and I am in contrast. Why should I hear about that? That tendency must go. That tendency must go. Estimation time is very important. Remember, estimation time is when you are bidding, you are working on bids. That time is very important. Don't worry about comma and full stop. I'm not saying that. Forget comma, forget full stop, forget punctuation. That has got no meaning in engineering. We are not learning grammar or translation here. We are working. Abstract of clauses, abstract of clauses, knowledge of clauses is more important than something else. That we have to understand. Interpretation we have to understand. We have to know how it can impact on us. It's not language, it's impact. That's important. And I'm sure no engineer would mind that. Even from client and engineer will not mind that. They know what does it mean. They are not rigid in that. Practical people don't don't stay at punctuation or meaning. Interpretation is normal. And they don't want to go to hands of legal minds because legal minds always cause problem as such. This is meaning of that and that is meaning of that. That is general clauses act says that this is what this act says and that act says. We have to come out of acts. We have to come out of statutes. If we intermingle there, then we are lost. They want us lost there. So why I am telling this FIDIC to all you that you have to deal with this in your profession, directly or indirectly. Even sometimes you will be changing, you will be supporting your PC's particular conditions, removing general conditions. So you want to introduce your input because you want to qualify that, or you say no, this is easier for me. And don't forget, it is cost issue. Laying a slab is okay. You can lay a slab, you can do foundation, that's fine. But you must get back money for that. If you're not getting back money for something you're doing, you're leaving it aside. So you are doing your losses. You're not doing loss of engineer, loss of employer. Whatever you do should be properly documented, agreed by everyone. Because if there's a cost question, there's a cost complication or there's a cost variance, no one shall agree immediately. And you say, oh, my tomorrow I have to concrete nation. Tomorrow you have to concrete, that's fine. Its commercial value must be recorded. It's commerce that employs you, it's technical that employs you. Both are together, both should move together. So be smart enough in that. Don't leave aside, oh, this is not my business. I am designer, I'm side guy, I'm interested only in pushing job. You may say that. But don't forget, there will be many instances when you'll be trapped. Just like I said, day walks. There will be many other issues. They say it's part of contract, it's a lump sum contract, you have to do it. They may say that. You are not sure about the scope of work, and no, the scope of work is say you have to, I don't know, you have to do it. And you say, okay, we have to do it and finish. It happens sometimes that they also try to ignore so that you ignore. Oh, it's nothing, it's in contract, it's your contract, do it. Maybe it's not in the contract, how you know it's the contract now? Have you gone through scope of work? Did you analyze your scope of work? Maybe it's not in your scope, but you are doing that. You have to understand the scope of work. In beginning of your contract, you have to check each item and see what is written here in scope of work and what is written in drawings, whether or not they tally, they meet each other. If they say no, we are not on the same page, then there's a conflict. There's a question mark. It's not given in scope. It's in drawing. Yes, you're bound by drawing. But first priority is contract according to precedence. My contract is first. What contract says? How you clarify why it's not given in this contract. In profile language, don't write in rash language. Don't write in profile that we have noted that in scope of work, this item is not given. Maybe no reason why plus. Is it part of contracts? Now let him take time. Let him go through contracts. He should understand that there are people who can understand contracts. They are not fools. So in future also they will take care. What happens? They don't write in scope something, but they put in drawings. Who checks each and every drawing? So many revisions, this revision, this revision, this revision, and they put something in drawings. And they always is given a drawing. You have to compare tender drawings, big drawings with contract drawings. That's very important. But nobody considers. I issued of consideration, but there may be something in place of 12 dial, 14 dial to note it. You have to do it 14 dial, and why it's there, change it without or you do extra item for this. That's what's required. Contract and technical. They try to cheat in technical, keep contract safe. If it's a contract, means the contract is there, you pay it. Even court arbitral system contract finish. They try to, blueprint in black and white in your drawings or somewhere in specification. They keep some minor changes and nobody knows. Only seal they have to sign it and so. Comparison, who does? Can you sleep during comparison? There are 12,000 pages you have to compare. Oh yeah, okay, it's fine. So leave it, it's okay. Your 2 days trouble can help your organization. You should forget that. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Better check it. 12 dia can be 14 dia, 14 dia can be 20 dia. I don't note it. Thickness can be increased, you don't note it. Anything can be added, you don't note it. It's in time. What can I do? Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. All right.